Can you guys hear me? Come on. Testing, testing.
I can hear you, Matt.
Ta-da! Hey! I made it.
Someone, I see.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock this morning, and so we should get started once we have audio updated. Are we good to begin now? Okay, just checking, making sure there's no echo. Good morning, everyone. We're ready to get started to this Tuesday, November 7th board meeting. We'll go through call to order. As a reminder, if you're carrying a cell phone, computer, two-way radio, or other sound device, we ask you that you silence it at this time to minimize disruption of today's meeting. Let's go ahead and start with District 1.
Good morning. Happy November. I guess this is our first board meeting in November, so good to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. District 2, I'm Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor for District 2 and current Chair. District 3. Supervisor Ryan, you are online.
Okay, my video is shut off, but it looks like I have audio at this point. So Matt Ryan, District 3, coming back. I'm not going to be here for the full meeting, but I'll try and be here in certain pieces of the meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
Thank you. And District 5. Thank you.
And Chair, can we welcome back Supervisor Ryan to attending our meetings? We're glad you're feeling well enough to join us.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for joining us today.
Yeah,
All right,
I thought
next-
I'd come back and keep an eye on you guys here. So I'm really happy to be back and good to see
Well,
you.
we appreciate it. Thank you. Next up, could we please stand and face the flag for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, next up, we have call to the public. We'll now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted upon by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited from the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. If you have a comment regarding a public hearing item, please wait until we go to that item and open the public hearing to provide your comment. We will take public comments from those in the room first, and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment, you can make your way up to the podium if you're here in person. And if you've joined virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us you'd like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, it looks like there is no one in the room that would like to provide public comment. So look at the virtual side. We have no hands raised in the Zoom format, Chair Vasquez.
All right, asking one more time for public comment. I will give it 1 more minute. If we do not have any public comment, well, then we will move on.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
All right, thank you. In that case, we'll move forward to the proclamations. Number 1, consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating November 2023 as Native American Heritage Month. Human Resources are here to discuss it with us. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Vasquez, members of the board, Erica Philpott, Human Resources Director. Excited to be with you today. And along with me is Bretta and Sekayamtua, who is from our office as well. She'll be reading the proclamation today. So we're bringing forward a proclamation on behalf of the Diversity Committee for your consideration. And following that presentation of that proclamation, I'll review some of the events that the Diversity Committee has planned for Native American Heritage Month.
Thank you.
Proclamation designating November 2023 as Native American Heritage Month. Whereas every year our country pauses to celebrate Native American Heritage Month and reflect upon the profound ways the First Peoples, also referred as Indigenous peoples, have shaped our country's character and culture. And whereas Coconino County is in the homeland of the Havasupai, Hopi, Wallapai, Kaibab, Paiute, San Juan, Southern Paiute tribes, and the Navajo Nation. And whereas the name Coconino is derived from Coconino, the Hopi word for Havasupai and Yavapai, such that our county's name represents more than one group of people. And whereas Coconino County honors our Native American active duty service members and veterans for their bravery and sacrifice, we recognize how Native Americans answer the call to serve our nation's armed forces in greater numbers per capita than any other group in the United States. And whereas the county and Coconino County Board of Supervisors honor the contributions of Indigenous entrepreneurs, traditional practitioners, educators, activists, artists, engineers, scientists, and public servants who cultivate communities and pass on rich traditions. And whereas the month of November is an important time of our country to recognize a year-round commitment of honoring the relationships between tribal nations and local governments. And whereas Coconino County is dedicated to preserving and promoting Indigenous peoples' culture in the community, education, and workforce, stressing the importance of culture, identity, language, history, vibrancy of traditions passed down throughout generations. And now, therefore, be it resolved that in the spirit of celebrating and honoring the essential contributions of Indigenous peoples to our county, our nation, and our communities, we do hereby recognize November 2023 as Native American Heritage Month and encourage all residents to join us in expanding knowledge of the history and contributions of the Indigenous peoples of the Great Land, reflecting on and embracing the diversity that strengthens us.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody is going to want to comment. And thank you so much for reading the proclamation and for bringing this important proclamation to the board. Obviously, we're on Native American land as we sit here in Coconino County, our boardroom, and we certainly acknowledge that and celebrate all of the contributions that have been provided to Coconino County. In our name is of Native American origin. And so we really are so pleased that you're bringing this proclamation before. What I love about Coconino County is we do more than just speak the words. We actually try to walk the walk. And I really appreciate also what's being done with HR on bringing awareness, cultural awareness, and programming here to Coconino County. So thank you for that. I look forward to the programs and really appreciate you being with us this morning. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to say a little bit about Native Americans. Certainly, there's lands here that we are on, and I just want to say that a lot of our veterans are serving for our country, and they're brave and they're sacrificing their lives, just to be out there and protecting us while we eat and sleep and whatever we want to do around, over here on this side. So I just want to say that we have a lot of background in cultural and then tradition and our languages, that broke the codes, to be where we're at now today. And so we are very proud of everyone that has contributed it. And certainly we have a lot of doctors, nurses that are out there, educators, that are Native Americans, and they're lawyers, and you name it, they're all in there. So I, for one, am very, very proud of, being a Native American. And we still hold on to our livestock, to date. And some people are still weaving and doing our work, as far as making bracelets and, rings and, jewelry. So I just want to say, I'm very proud, and we should all be very proud. And I know that a lot of people are. And so, I just want to say thank you so much for, bringing this proclamation to us to address that and say some words, that we feel how we feel to say it and stuff like that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Ryan?
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And absolutely, I can't say much more than has already been said, but it is so very important that we do continue to recognize our diversity in our county, and in this case, celebrating our Native American heritage. And by doing so, it also helps us to remind us we need to continue to be conscientious, to be considerate, and if we hadn't, sometimes it creates situations where people aren't. And so I'm glad that we're doing this proclamation, very consistent with what we have built into our mission statement and our values. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I just wanted to add that really appreciate this this proclamation, and I like it that we as a county celebrate different diverse communities in different months, and that's really important. And this month, obviously, the highlight is for Native Americans and the First Peoples and to this lands. But the thing that I just want to remind folks is that we should be celebrating the diversity in our county of all different diversities all the time. So it shouldn't be Native American month just in November. It should be all the time. And so, you know, I just want to make sure that that we continue to celebrate the diversity in our community, and highlight those contributions from different communities. In particular, right now, I do believe you'll have some events for us this month, and that's really exciting. And I highly encourage everyone to participate to as many of those presentations as possible. Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
and being able to, you know, the discovering the just using the herbs as pharmacy, the land as pharmacy, and where we provide get our food. And to this day, we carry our tradition forward, and we know who we are because we have a systemic system within the tribes and within our clans that know exactly who we are. We don't have to wonder where we came from. This is where we came from. We are totally rooted into our land, and really happy that we do this, and recognition of the native people culture, heritage, and then also incorporating it finally into our organization, and finally hiring Native people into our organization. That is really essential, because you know, how are you going to understand the place that you're at by just by not having people that with the knowledge, local knowledge, to be part of everything. So I'm just really pleased that we're doing this. And as our chair said, we are very diverse, and we all need to appreciate each other, learn from each other, and uplift each other, to encourage each other. And so we always say that we as a county, we're one family, and we are. And that's how where we are, and I just really appreciate it. So thank you so much, and really appreciate the educational learning opportunity that our staff put together to really try to educate out into our various cultures into the community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And now I do believe we need a motion to accept the proclamation.
I move that we accept the proclamation.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All right. Any opposed? No? Okay, good. All right. Well, the proclamation has been voted upon. Are there any other final comments?
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. I just wanted to mention a couple of our upcoming events. The Diversity Committee is bringing forward events actually starting last week on November 1st, including Bretta's presentation last Thursday, but through the rest of the month. So there is a lunch and learn today on the Reign of Terror, on the Osage murders, which is of interest right now because of the movie that's out, The Killers of the Flower Moon, that people are so interested in and reading the book. So that will be today's lunch and learn. Tomorrow's lunch and learn is on the significance of eclipses, and want to thank Supervisor Fowler for bringing that topic forward and for that discussion tomorrow. So excited about that. This Thursday, there'll be a discussion on boarding schools. Next Tuesday, the 14th, there will be a discussion on missing and murdered Indigenous women. On Wednesday, the 15th, IPAC is going to have a discussion on land acknowledgements. So that will be an exciting presentation by our Diversity Council. On Thursday, the 16th, the City of Flagstaff's Indigenous Commission is doing a presentation. On Tuesday, November 21st, two employees, Sean Poyama and Tiffany Kerr, are going to have a panel on the balance of modern work culture and traditional roles. They're going to lead that. And on Wednesday, November 22nd, Jenny Buckinghorst from Public Works will be doing a presentation on Navajo women's outfits. On Tuesday, November 28th, Amanda Dunning from Human Resources, who was supposed to help Bretta read the proclamation today, but she's lost her voice, will be speaking about Grand Falls. On Wednesday, November 29th, Shirley Watkins is going to be doing a presentation on the monthly calendar in Navajo. And on Thursday, November 30th, Ashley Bentz from Health and Human Services will be speaking about OESTA's financial empowerment program that is the Building Native Communities program, which is in partnership with Freddie Mac about financial empowerment. And Bretta and Arena and Shirley are all helping to plan our Native American crafts, which we've done several years now, probably 4 years. And so there will be an arts and crafts show here in the lobby of this building at the end of the month, and we'll send that out as well. So very excited. All of the Zoom events that I've mentioned, with the exception of the arts and crafts, which is in person, everything else is on Zoom. They all have one link. They're all from noon to 1. So we encourage everyone to join us for all of those presentations to learn and have a new perspective and to engage in interesting dialogue as we celebrate Native American Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate any other comments regarding Native American Heritage Month. Okay, thank you. Next proclamation is the consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating November 6th through the 12th, 2023 as a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. And so I hand it over to County Manager's Office.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We're honored to present this proclamation today and wanted to read just a bit from the Operation Green Light for Veterans through the National Association of Counties, noting that America's counties have a long and proud history of serving our nation's veterans, a legacy that continues to this day as we work with our federal, state, and local partners to ensure that the former service members in our communities have access to the resources they need to thrive. This coming Veterans Day, which is coming up this Friday, the National Association of Counties and the National Association of County Veteran Service Officers invite the nation's 3,069 counties, parishes, and boroughs to join Operation Green Light and show support for veterans by lighting our buildings green from November 6th to November 12th. By shining a green light, county governments and our residents will let veterans know that they are seen, appreciated, and supported. So with that, we have two veterans on the call today and probably more. We have Supervisor Matt Ryan, as well as our Assistant Community Development Director, Jess McNeely, who is a proud serving veteran as well. And so with that, we'll have the proclamation read either by Supervisor Ryan or Jess McNeely. They can arm wrestle for it. So,
Mr. Chair, I would defer to Colonel McNeely, who was a lifer. I did my term, but he was a lifer who came out and has been just a wonderful staff member with us post-military, but I would defer to the Colonel.
Great, thank you. Colonel McNeely.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And thank you, Chair Vasquez. So without further ado, I'd be happy to read this Coconino County proclamation designating November 6th through 12th, 2023 as a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifice of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Whereas the residents of Coconino County have great respect, admiration, and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have selflessly served our country and this community in the armed forces. And whereas the contributions and sacrifices of those who served in the armed forces have been vital in maintaining the freedoms and way of life enjoyed by our citizens. And whereas Coconino County seeks to honor individuals who have made countless sacrifices for freedom by placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas veterans continue to serve our community in the American Legion, veterans of foreign wars, religious groups, civil service, and by functioning as county veterans service officers in 29 states to help fellow former service members access more than $52 billion in federal health, disability, and compensation benefits each year. And whereas approximately 200,000 service members transition to civilian communities annually, and whereas an estimated 20% increase of service members will transition to civilian life in the near future, and whereas studies indicate that 44 to 72% of service members experience high levels of stress during transition from military to civilian life, and whereas active military service members transitioning from military service are at a high risk for suicide during their first year after military service, and whereas Coconino County appreciates the sacrifices of our United States military personnel and believes specific recognition should be granted. Therefore, be it resolved, with designation as a green light for Veterans County, Coconino County hereby declares November 6th through 12th, 2023, a time to salute and honor the service and sacrifices of our men and women in uniform transitioning from active service. Be it further resolved that in observance of Operation Green Light, Coconino County encourages its citizens in patriotic tradition to recognize the importance of honoring all those who made immeasurable sacrifices to preserve freedom by displaying green lights in a window of their place of business or residence from November 6th through the 12th, 2023. Signed and sealed the 7th day of November, 2023, Coconino County Board of Supervisors. Thank you, Chair Vasquez.
Thank you for that resolution. Do we have any comments from board members? Supervisor Ryan.
Could I make a motion first, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Can I get a motion, or we have a motion from Supervisor Ryan for the proclamation? Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Thank you. All right. Now, Supervisor Ryan, would you like to make some comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and well done, Jess. Really appreciate it. As noted, this is a piece that National Association of Counties has helped us move forward with. We started doing it a couple years ago, and it's so important. There are many veterans out there that, as you hear from the proclamation, need access to services or maybe guidance to help them find those services. Also, as noted in the proclamation, sales are happening. They do holidays earlier and earlier. So the opportunity is you can go out and buy a green light and put it in a window or put it in your front light for lighting up your doorstep to help us, truly honor and recognize veterans. So I want to thank you for doing this, Jess, but many other veterans that we have within the county, as well as our citizens, as we noted with the proclamation. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other supervisors? Supervisor Horstman.
Again, this is one I think also that touches every single supervisor. I know all of us have been touched by the impacts of war, and many of our family members who have joined in our veterans or our retired veterans. And certainly it is a great importance that we do honor the valor, the courage, and the sacrifice of these men and women and their families for what they do and what they've offered to our country, what they continue to do and offer for our country. And quite frankly, this is an area where we can do better. We do need to provide the resources necessary for our veterans to be able to come home, get back into civilian life with their families, and for them and their families to be able to thrive. Not only do we need to provide for their physical needs, but also the behavioral and mental health needs of our returning veterans. Help them with education. And I know CCC is here today. Talk about the opportunities that they present for economic opportunity for our veterans returning home and their families, and also the need for housing for veterans. So I'm really glad. I really appreciate Operation Green Light. I have my green light bulb from last year, and I think it's important that we continue to honor our veterans. And again, so much of what we do is not just for one day or 1 month. It really is something we need to do and make part of our everyday life, whether it be in terms of diversity and inclusion, and certainly in terms of recognizing the sacrifice and the benefits of our veterans and what they offer to our country. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'm really glad this proclamation came before us today. And again, it's a lot of them, a lot of people are kids that go to service. They come back and they have a hard time readjusting to like reentry into the back home, and I think it's very stressful for them and so a lot of them resort to possibly the possibility of resorting to a being there and getting involved with different groups like the American Legion, and then also practitioners, and also on top of that they have chapter houses. They have all sorts of programs for them, and they also get together, and they're called like Bird Spring Veterans Group or Loop Veterans Group and things like that. So they're trying to do what they can out there. So I'm just thankful that this came before us, and that we do acknowledge that but during their term of service, we don't know what they really were that came before them, and they had to deal with it. And yet, we're over here trying to help at this end too. So Veterans Day is Monday, I believe it was. And then next weekend, Twin Arrows will have a 2-day celebration and also recognition of the veterans, and it will be at Twin Arrows. So I would like to ask, some of my colleagues if they can make it to go out there. And then unfortunately, there are a lot of services out there that, some tribes cannot afford, or they're not there. Some of our veterans don't have homes, and, they don't have access to internet or running water, electricity. And that's really sad, to see that. But, it's really up to the tribes to really, really go in there and help their veterans, you know, as far as and put them in them like on a pedestal. And I do feel for the Gold Star mothers too, you know, because they've lost their loved one, their child overseas or whatever. So all in all, you know, I just want to say, reiterate or just kind of go ahead and say that, you know, we do need a we do need. So anyway, I just want to say that, you know, we need, I think as a whole, we really need to better work with our tribes to really, really ensure that, you know, we are there for them as they return, you know, to the homelands and to be there for with us. So I just want to say a lot of what Patrice said is something I agree with, and you know, and this affects everybody, you know, all of us as a whole, as all of us had one person or another that has served in the country, and we know what it's like. So I just want to say thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to speak, and
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Fowler.
Now I'll turn it on. No, thank you. Yes, and how do we thank them? You know, just by saying thank you just seems like not enough to individuals and their family, all the veterans. Thank you so much. You know, some of the veterans went to and others were our generations ago. They were all recruited to go, and then back then there weren't all the services that are available now. Now there are many services, even through our health department, our other services. We even plowing the road to county roads, you know, maintaining those roads. That's, you know, in order to get to the service center, we provide that opportunity to get there safely, and we are a county that really tries to serve all citizens, and we try to get the education out as well. And we have many partners. We've been in partnership with the Northern Arizona Veterans Organizations and Veterans Center and Veterans Organization. The Department of Veterans Administration is really working hard to reach out into the community with their mobile units, as well as setting up within the hospitals. So I'm really happy that there are many opportunities to for services for our veterans today, and we just have to be there and you know, just thank them again. And then the one other one that is added on is the Operation Greenlight. I thought that was such a great opportunity to just educate the public about our veterans, and at the same time just show that appreciation out there, because in the veterans world, many of their worlds, they become I'm told that the adjustment transition into civil life is very difficult. We had a meeting with the on the immigration, and they're going through the same thing as well. People that get their green cards to come here, work here, it's difficult to adjust. And so it's really difficult for people to adjust to a new way of life. That camaraderie, that closeness, that very close family, knitted family that they have become a part of, they pretty much have lost that when they come home. So then where is that family? We're the ones that have to step in. So anyway, I want to thank each and every veteran in our county. There's over 9,000 of them. And I want to thank all the families, because families go through the process with them, whatever that they're going through. So I just want to thank our own veterans that are on our staff, that are part of our staff, and continue to be public servants. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I'd just like to add to the comments, reiterate everything my colleagues said. We want to honor our veterans, those that have served and protected this country, in particular with Veterans Day on the 11th. But then also this focus in particular on those veterans returning home and transitioning. I think it's really important that we're highlighting this. I have lots of friends who are veterans who constantly deal with issues that they need extra support, and we as a community need to embrace them and support them through this transition. And so I really pleased with the county of taking this approach for Veterans Day to really focus on those veterans that are transitioning back to civilian life. And I really encourage all of us in the county to really embrace those veterans who are coming back and helping them get on their feet. Thank you, staff, for this proclamation. Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just wanted to note, I believe Tom Hanachek, our facilities director, is online, and he can talk a bit about the light up for Operation Greenlight.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I just want to go over, this is our second year that we've done this, so it's great to be able to participate in this again. And this year we have lit up 10 county locations, and I'll just go over the list real quick. And I just want to thank the Sheriff's Office, Parks and Rec, and also Public Works for taking care of those 3 sites. So we have some green lights at Fort Tuthill, a couple at Public Works, some at the Leaf Building over on Sawmill. We also have the front of Juvenile Court Services, the main entrance there. Downtown, we have the County Courthouse. I believe the Clock Tower is typically where we do the lights. The 110 East Cherry General Services Building, the Administrative Building. In Williams, we were able to light up the Williams Justice Center. And then along Fort Valley Road, we have Community Development and also our Facility Management Building. And one more, Adult Probation Downtown. So a total of 10 this year. We hope to expand that going into next year also.
Great. Thank you for that explanation of what we're doing with the green lights. Look forward to seeing them around our county. And if you have any extra green light bulbs, I'd love to get one. So with that said, are there any other comments or questions regarding this proclamation?
Chair, very quickly, if he
Yes.
doesn't mind, Colonel McNeely shared with me this morning that after 30 years of service, he retired. And wanted to let everybody know about that. Congratulations, Colonel McNeely.
Thanks, sir.
Congratulations. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
All right. Would you like to make any comments, or are we ready to move on? Floor is yours, Colonel McNeely, if you'd like it.
Oh, thank you. No, it's an honor to get to speak to you all about the Green Light Initiative, and just thanks to the county team for being so embracing of those of us who have served, and being such a welcoming place. And that's the model that we need for all the services and communities in helping veterans transition. So thank you, Chair Vasquez.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the service. All right. Next up, consent agenda. I think we took longer than we expected to get here, but that's okay. So all matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to consider item 6
Yes,
and 7.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah,
6
item
and
6
7?
and 7. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Oh, yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Mr. Chair, if there are no other removed from the consent agenda at this time, I would move to accept the consent agenda. Hopes to get us back on track. The consent agenda items 3 through 23, reserving items 6 and 7 for individual discussion.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second? A second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So we are now on item number 6. Consideration and possible action to approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $1,500 from the District 3 Community of Initiative Fund to the Coconino County Public Works Fund for expenses related to the development of a memorial in Kachina Village. Supervisor Ryan, this is your item?
It is my item, and I hope you take a moment to comment also, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, but very importantly, as some of you may remember, we lost a young man, Kalani John, that was skateboarding down, I believe it was Chaco Trail to Kachina Trail a couple years ago. And, really took the community back quite a bit. Kachina Village and much more broadly, the impact to fellow students and family members. A memorial was set up, an unofficial memorial was set up, but it's in a very an unsafe zone, just because of the amount of traffic that goes through. It was really important that we had the opportunity to provide the chance for those to work together, allow for the memorial, and yet Christopher Tressler, I want to compliment as Public Works Director, is working together with an Eagle Scout and with the family. And part of the discussion was it is an unsafe area. We don't want to forget Kalani, how important a young man he was, and for the community. But a discussion became, wouldn't it make more sense if we can move it out of this one area and create a memorial in another area? It is a unique situation that has come up. So Cynthia Nemeth, together with Christopher, we're looking at the bus turnaround spot for winter turnaround over by Raymond Park. And so this is a piece of what would be needed to help for the construction of that memorial. Also working together to make sure we do it appropriately as far as sensitivities, when do we do these kind of things. And then our Eagle Scout will have the opportunity as part of his objective to raise additional funds while working together with Christopher for this project. And Mr. Chair, you could speak more to family and young man than I can, since you have individual experience. So I would pass it back to you, sir.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and make my comments regarding this item. I'm really pleased that we're moving forward with this and going to create this memorial. Kalani John was one of my students at Killup and one of my son's good friends. And so it hit home on multiple fronts when we lost him. And so I'm really pleased to see that we were able to move forward and to honor his memory and give the community a place where they can mourn but celebrate him as well. And so thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for initiating this in your district and allowing this to happen. And thank you, Public Works, for working with our Eagle Scout, Ethan John, for making this project. And I look forward to seeing the memorial once it's built. Thank you. Supervisor Horstman.
And I didn't realize this was going on. So I really applaud the leadership of both Supervisor Ryan and also you, Chair, on this. It's very important for the community, and thank you for doing this.
Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And I hope this memorial park will be a memorial that is being proposed and going to be constructed. It is going to really bring closure to the community. It is always very difficult to lose someone. So thank you for this, Supervisor Ryan, and all those that are working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you, Matt, for thinking of this and moving forward with it. And then also, when someone is gone, especially a child, you know, it's really heartbreaking, and losing a child. So the worst thing that can ever happen to a mom. So I've experienced that, and I'm just glad that, you know, you guys took the initiative to move forward with it, get some dollars, and certainly, you know, the family will bring some closure, because you probably will never forget, you know, what tragedy had happened. And so I just want to say thank you for putting dollars into this account. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. With that said, can I get a motion to approve Supervisor Ryan?
Item number 6. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. May I get a second? Vice Chair Begay, I have a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you.
Aye.
Now, on to number 7, consideration and possible action to approve a budget adjustment for the fiscal year 2024 in the amount of $18,000 from District 3 Community Initiative Funds to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Fund for expenses related to the development of Gonzalez Lake Park. Supervisor Ryan, would you like to?
Just please, if I may, and I'll be quick, Mr. Chair. This has been, we have the Bixler family that moved forward with the intent to put the Gonzalez Lake property into conservation, working together with Trust for Public Lands and with our Parks and Recreation staff. In doing it, and as they are initiating planning processes, Cynthia Nemeth did an evaluation of what would be needed to go ahead and continue to develop a plan that also would work together with the community. And my discussions with her was, knowing that they weren't prepared to move this into their budget, hadn't been a line item or anything, it would be appropriate to move some community initiatives over to assist Parks and Rec staff to work together with the community. So that's what's going on right here, and appreciate all the good work that's been done by Parks and Rec staff, as well as the Bixler family and Trust for Public Lands. And I'd be prepared to make the motion associated with this, Mr. Chair. So if barring any other comments, I'll go ahead and move that we approve item 7 as presented in staff report.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Supervisor Horseman, we have a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments on item number 7? No? All right, well, look forward to seeing the development of Gonzalez Lake moving forward. Thank you. All right, so now we need to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, there are 2 items on the public health consent agenda. Do any members want to separate these items? No? Okay, in that case, may I have a motion to approve the Health District consent items 24 and 25?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, now we need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve? Thank you. We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor
Whatever.
Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Now, do I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors? We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, there's one item on the Jail District consent agenda. Do any members want to separate the item? Supervisor Fowler would like to separate item 26, consideration and possible action to approve amendment number 006 to the intergovernmental agreement, IGA number YH 16-0018-02 with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System access to charge rates for provided healthcare for qualified inmates of the detention facility during I don't know what SFY 24 in the estimated annual amount of $15,000. The jail district item. Supervisor Fowler.
You have Sheriff Driscoll on. He's
Hello,
com- he's
Sheriff. I
coming over.
can't see you, but, okay. Hi,
Sheriff is
Sheriff.
now.
Hi, Sheriff. I see you now. My question about this is, I just really want to learn more about this. I know that we provide healthcare in the facility and just want to see how this, and it's very costly to the county. We've had, trying to see how we might be able to, take care of the inmates with the, with have them keep their, Medicare and other items, other healthcare that they may have. So I just wanted to hear more about how this works. Yeah, Sheriff.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have Sheriff Driscoll online as well as Kathy Levinson as well. I think they are.
I have,
They're trying to get on.
excuse me, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Fowler, I have Commander Figueroa with me here now to explain, I think this item probably much better than I can at this point, but to talk about some of the issues that we have with access and getting inmates appropriate health care. So I'll put him on right now, if that's okay.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Supervisor Fowler. This is Commander Figueroa. Excuse me, I am a little bit under the weather. Is there a specific question or do you want a general explanation about how access works or how the healthcare works in regards to when we have individuals go to the hospital?
Yeah, thank you, Commander. Just to learn more about how this particular agreement works. I know that we've been having challenges with the cost of healthcare within the detention center. So I just want to just learn more about this and then just appreciate the this agreement that has been put in place, has been in place. So, and we're just doing an amendment.
Okay, so in general, with this particular agreement, when we have individuals that have to receive higher level of healthcare outside of what they get inside the detention facility, and they leave to go specifically to FMC, of course, the jail under the jail district, we will pay for those healthcare costs. But once somebody is there at FMC and they're going to be there and they're admitted after 24 hours, we will be able to then start to bill access. Because they're basically admitted into FMC, we're able to then get them access rates because we're able to show and get them enrolled into access because they're technically no longer in our in the detention facility on a regular basis as if they are still in our custody. Now, even though they're in our custody, once they're out longer than 24 hours, we're able to then get them reinstated into access if they were already enrolled, or get them enrolled into access if they're not enrolled. And it's the agreement that we have always had with access for many, many years. If they aren't able to get enrolled in access in a timely manner, then we have this agreement in place to start getting and using access rates at that time. But before those 24 hours kick in, then that's when we use our jail district funds to cover those healthcare costs in order to pay for whatever services those individuals need while they're at FMC or any other health facility, such as any emergency dental care that they may need, or any other healthcare appointments such as x-rays, or any higher level of medical care that somebody needs that we're not able to provide them while they're in the detention facility. Any other specific questions?
Thank you. And we continue to pay the costs while they're in our custody.
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's where we need to just, I know that you all continue to work on that. And I think the board here needs to continue to work with you to see how we may be able to bring access and that reimbursement into our detention center.
Right, and there is a legislation push right now to try to allow individuals to maintain their access while they're in custody, because right now, as everybody knows, their access eligibility is suspended once somebody is incarcerated, and then it is reactivated after within that 24-hour period once somebody is released from custody. There is a push right now to try to keep that access coverage when somebody is incarcerated, at least in a jail setting right now. But that's going to, we don't know where that's going to go. And that's probably going to be a challenge, but it's at least something that is being considered right now.
We will, from our board, we will continue to work on that. That's been a huge cost to our county, and we need to continue to really advocate and really take education to our state legislators to have them learn. And that is mainly the reason why I pulled this, so that we can continue to work together to make sure that it is in the forefront of our advocacy with the state legislators and even in the at a national level. So thank you so much, and maybe even so. I just thank you for providing that information. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely appreciate the explanation, and thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for going in a little deeper and helping us understand why it's important for us to work with our legislature to change it so that we have access for our inmates and it's not coming out of the jail district fund in order to provide those services. Do we have a motion for this item?
I move that we approve.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, thank you. Now, do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Do I have a second? We have a motion by Supervisor Fowler and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All right, now we are at our next item, which is a presentation by Coconino Community College President Eric Heiser regarding an analysis of the economic impact and the return on investment of education in Coconino Community College. I do believe we're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Is there desire to take a break? Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back and start at 11:10. Thank you. We have our presentation by Coconino Community College President Eric Heisner, and so I'd like to hand it over to you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Happy Election Day to all those who celebrate. Hopefully everybody in this room. Happy to be with you this morning and get the chance to share a little bit about CCC from the standpoint of economic value. So just a little bit of background about this study. So the 10 community college districts in the state of Arizona, there's the 8, what we would consider the 8 rural districts. Not that we're necessarily super rural, at least in Flagstaff proper, but when you compare us to Maricopa and Pima, the other 8 are definitely more rural serving. All 10 of us got together, kind of pooled our resources to work with an organization that's called Lightcast. They specialize in doing labor market data for colleges and universities. So this study is something that they do for community colleges that are interested in proving and showing the value and the return on investment. It's good from the standpoint of what we do for the community, but it's also good for us internally to kind of know where we stand and the value that we provide our students. So that's where this is coming from this morning. This was done in August of this year. I would tell you probably within the next 2 years, we'll do another one specifically just for CCC. We know that we're interested. I'm not sure if the other 9 districts would be interested, but for us specifically, in a couple of years from now, we really want to see the impact of what the tax reset did and what our growing and new CTE programs did for the county as well. So this is the first in a series, we'll call it. So again, Lightcast and community colleges have worked together for many, many years, over 20 now. They've done over 3,000 of these economic impact studies and really have done great work. You see the last 2 stats there, 7 of 10 of the 2021 Aspen Prize finalists. So the Aspen Prize is essentially chooses the top community college in the nation every 2 years from the Aspen Institute. The metrics that they use surround access and equity in education, ensuring that all students, not just students who are going to be successful no matter what you did for them, but especially those students that are going to need more supports, what you're doing to ensure that they have every bit of chance to be successful as someone who maybe has more advantages going for them. So 7 of the 10 Aspen Prize finalists have done those impact studies. And they are, like I said, it gives us a good barometer of where we are as an institution and where we can look to improve. They did just announce, by the way, the 2025 group for Aspen. What they do is they choose the top 150 colleges in the country, 150 community colleges. That's essentially the top 10%, roughly. There's about 1,180, I think, community colleges across the nation. So those top 150 were just chosen. There were 2 community colleges in Arizona that made that list, Cochise and Gateway out of Maricopa. And so hopefully around about 2027, we'll see CCC on that list as well. So what is an impact analysis? Essentially, again, it's showing how we as an institution affect our local economy. And it also shows on the investment side of things, what the dollars, especially the tax dollars, since we are heavily reliant on property tax dollars, what those tax dollars do for the county as a whole. So Coconino County, we are, again, not I'm preaching to the choir here, that we are the 2nd largest county by demographic or geographic size in the nation, second only to our neighbors to the west in California. This shows our average earnings by education level. So those that earn an associate's degree, you can see earn substantially more than those that just go through high school or maybe don't even finish high school. And then earnings continue rising as they complete the baccalaureate degree. The county itself has a $7.3 billion gross regional product, and we have about 85,000 jobs within the county as a whole. So in 21-22, we served just over 4,800 students. I'm pleased to share with you that number for this year is going to go maybe even close to 2,000 students more than that. We were up nearly 10% in overall enrollment for our fall semester. And if the spring continues to trend the way that it is, it looks like our numbers are moving in the right direction again for the first time since that thing that happened in 2020 that really kind of threw our lives for a mess. So we're coming out of COVID in terms of the way that it impacted our students and their ability to attend with us. We in 21-22 had about $15 million worth of payroll and benefits that we paid to our roughly 300 employees and generated about $5.5 million, a little over $5.5 million in tuition revenue. So what do the results look like? In 21-22, we generated and added $62.6 million to the income for Coconino County. That's roughly 1% of the county's gross regional product. And we supported about 1,030 jobs in the process. We'll talk a little bit more about the benefit cost ratio and what those mean and how they benefit our students a little bit later on here in this presentation. So what does it look like from the operations spending? So I alluded to the fact that we have about $15.6 million worth of payroll. That supports the 300 jobs that we have. Our students spend about $3.6 million. That's added income into the county. That supports about 59 jobs. And then our alumni, by far the biggest group that we have, generates an additional $43.4 million or about 672 jobs. So that's how you get to that breakdown of about 1,030 jobs that we support within the county. Total impact, again, is you look at I think the bottom statistic there is the one I would highlight the most. The CCC, as of this point, the snapshot in time, was responsible for supporting 1 out of 83 jobs in the county. So 1 out of every 83 jobs we are providing training for. Again, we expect that number to actually decrease, meaning that we would be serving even more students and more jobs here in the next couple of years as we continue to grow our career and technical education programs, both at 4th Street, Page, and at Lone Tree as well. You can see on the right-hand side there, the impacts by industry. By far, our biggest one that is not an other category is healthcare. That's probably not super surprising to most of you, given that community colleges are definitely the economic drivers for healthcare, be it nursing assistant, medical assistant, nurses. Those are big industry demands for us. Saw a lot in retail and government, and a lot of why you see a lot of all other industries. Many of those students are transfer students, so they're going to NAU for the most part and into different industries across the spectrum. So this is, I think, really kind of gets the heart of the matter. So what does it mean when a student chooses to entrust us and invest in themselves by way of a higher education? So from a student perspective, we know that $75.1 million will come back to our students in terms of the future earnings that they would have, again, more than a student who either didn't finish high school or just graduated from high school, versus the $21 million that it takes for them to go through that education. That equals out to a benefit cost ratio of 3.6. What that really means, easiest way to think about it is for every dollar that our students invest in their education, they get back $3.60. That more than beats the best performing stock markets, whether it's the S&P or the Dow, at a rate of return of nearly 14%. That's, again, when we talk to our students about why higher education is important, this is what we would point to. I would also use that statistic as well to talk about, just generally, I think from a societal standpoint, there's a lot of rhetoric out there today about the value of higher education and whether or not it's worth it. And I would call it just that. It's rhetoric. When you look at the data, it's very, very clear that higher education is worth it and that it saves a lot of money in future need for training and provides life-changing opportunities for our students. So from a student standpoint, 13.8% rate of return that's phenomenal. Taxpayer perspective, this is one where we can tout the fact that for every dollar that our taxpayers give us, they're actually getting back more in terms of rate of return. They're getting $1.50 for every dollar that we receive on the tax side of things, which is a 2.2% rate of return. That is not always the case with tax money, right? There are certain things that we have to pay for that we know there won't be a rate of return. It's just the cost of living in a civilized society. This is one of those that can prove, again, for every dollar invested, they're actually getting, the taxpayers are getting more back than what they're investing. So a great rate of return there. And then just generally, again, from the social perspective, this talks about the growth in state economic, growing the state economic base, future earnings, tax revenues, private and social savings. All of those things add up to a pretty big number there, 282.8 million. About 40.8 million comes from the student cost. That comes out to about a 7% benefit cost ratio. And again, something that if higher education is foregone, something that you don't see that is available to students who graduate with a certificate or degree from CCC. So again, these are the things that we talk about, not only to use the numbers to show, hey, you may hear folks talk about the value of higher education, but this is what the numbers really say, and specific to Coconino County. These are the numbers specific to our county specifically. So that is what I have for you today. I am happy to answer any questions. I also gave you a handout as well that we call it a one sheet, kind of gives you the laydown of where things are and where we're heading. But overall, again, I think having a community college and having NAU in the backyard here in Flagstaff, and for every area that we serve, right? Our rural areas, specifically what we do in Page and what we do across the county to serve our reservation communities as well is of vital importance and something that we don't take lightly either. So with that, happy to stand for questions, Mr. Chair, or any members of the board.
Thank you for that presentation. Really enlightening to see what the investment into Coconino County is producing for our county. So thank you for all that work, working to help push education for our community. I personally have a daughter and a wife that are both taking classes at CCC, and so I appreciate the education that you're providing. Do we have any other comments or questions by supervisors? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Heiser. Really appreciate you being with us today. And this might be the first time you've really addressed us. So, many of us have been able to see you out and about around town, and to also be able to attend events there at CCC. So welcome and thank you for being with us. This is really important to take a look, obviously, at the economic value of CCC, but really, when you think about it, that's just a very small part of the role CCC plays here in Coconino County. And many of us for many years who have lived here have seen the importance of having a community college. And what we have seen during this time is how CCC has expanded not only the opportunities for the students and the opportunities for our community. So I'm really, it's wonderful to see you here and to see you continue to expand those opportunities. CCC is an instrumental part of what makes Coconino County such a wonderful place to be and live. The whole CCC to NAU has really benefited so many people, and including our chair's family. But just so many people here, as well as just continuing education. I know so many people who have also taken part in the various ongoing educational opportunities that you offer. And then last but not least, your CTE programs, a very, very vital part of our community. I have been able to, and I know my colleagues have as well, been able to be there during some of the graduations that CCC has. I cannot believe all the people that are being graduated in the healthcare industry and the nurses, so needed here in Coconino County and really rural Arizona. So again, it's great to have you as a partner and as a resident here in Coconino, and really appreciate all the work you do and all the community building you do for us here in Coconino County. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Vice Chair Begay?
Thank you, Dr. Heiser, for being here, and it's good to have other departments and organizations and, you know, in the community to come and do a presentation before us. And when those are being shared with us, we go out and we disseminate here whenever, you know, we can, you know, to address others that are within our districts. And thank you for being here to to show us to inform us about the economic impact of the education and the Coconino Community College. And I think, you know, what really stood out for me at one of the functions was the scholarships, the amount of scholarships that were presented to the students that were actually going to school there. And I think, you know, that was an incentive, part of that was an incentive, and then also to ensure that, you know, they're having good grades and stuff like that, so they can function, you know, out there in the real world, you know, with whatever they're learning, and they're more serious about their education in that route. So I just want to say, I know, you know, it takes a lot, because of housing. There's hardly any housing, and even there's housing, you know, they're sky high, and you know, having to pay so much, at least $2,000, and that's without utilities. You know, it's a lot on the students, and a lot of these kids, when they go to a community college, I did that one time, was, you know, I had to drive in almost every day, or, you know, try to get my classes all within 3 days, and then, you know, stay overnight 2 days, or just drive back and forth. So, but, you know, I'm just glad that, you know, you're you're there, and the expansion, you know, I see the expansion going on. We just need to have that road fix right in there where, you know, you turn off, so that, you know, you don't have to be going all the way through town and then coming to the college. But I think that's forthcoming. But thank you so much for all the hard work you and your staff do, and thank you for making our students first, and really trying to, you know, help them out any way you can, and being very understanding to them. And some of them have children, and, you know, they're still going, and they need that help, they need that boost. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And Mr. Chair, if I may, since I was given the opening there from Supervisor Begay, just to tout our Promise program. That's a program where, based on the income in a household, essentially any household $65,000 or less in Coconino County, those students will come to CCC for free. So we just implemented that in the fall, kind of following in NAU's footsteps. And the big thing for us is access. That's what community colleges provide, is it's access to education for students, a lot of times who may not see themselves as college material, and we're there to tell them that they absolutely are, and they absolutely can be successful. And so your point about, I think that the families, a lot of our students are single parents, they're sole breadwinners, they're working at least one job. So our supports from not only scholarships, but emergency grants for when things pop up. You know, I tell our staff all the time, we're lucky for our students, if education's number 10 on their priority list. They've got rent to pay, they've got kids to raise, they have groceries to put on the table. So for us to think that, you know, education's always going to be number one for them is just not reality. So we need to make sure that we're providing what we call holistic student supports. So I kind of liken it to a circle, right? The academic side is the side that we've always done, but the side that where we've really not done a great job, and I say that just generally for community colleges, is the life side, making sure that students know that they can ask us, hey, I have a flat tire, I'm not gonna be able to make it into class, or I don't have enough money for gas. Is there some way that the college could help me out? And so we're embarking on a new journey in advancing holistic student supports. You'll see and hear a lot more of that in the coming years, and just really want to make our students feel like they're at home, that they are welcomed, and that we want them there. And that goes a long way for us retaining them and getting them to completion, and then making livable wages so that they can afford to live in Flagstaff. I've heard way too many stories about students being housing insecure, living in a car, living 40 miles away. Paige, especially, many of our students from the reservation are commuting in 2 hours one way. So we're looking at housing opportunities that we can embark on in Paige, that will hopefully give our students a chance to, once they get in with us for the week, they don't have to worry about where they're living. They're living on campus. And I think that'll be a good blueprint and prototype for what we can do here in Flag as well. So appreciate you bringing that up and figured I would tout our promise program, the Comet Promise. We want as, like I said, money should never be the reason that students don't come to college. We want to make sure that they're taken care of. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Heiser. Supervisor Fowler.
It's really important that we do our studies because we need to have a foundation to stand on in our justification, and economic studies are very important. And so the question, the study was done, and you have all of Coconino County in here. Does that mean that tribal lands were also included, and those statistics are all in here as well?
That is correct.
What I like to see is also just a continuation of working with the tribal colleges, and I like to see those agreements re-signed and make sure that those are there. You know, it's just and you know, we just need to work together on broadband accessibility and getting the students. I go to the CC campus, and we have students sitting in there, just like you said, driving in long hours, and then that's the only place to go. Yeah. And you know, I don't know where is the housing project there?
In Page?
Yes, and what's the time frame that we're looking at?
So if you think about where the college campus at directly,
Well,
actually,
I know where it's at. I mean, the
Okay.
time frame, what are you looking at?
I can give you my time frame. I could probably better base it more in reality. I'd love to be turning the shovel over right now. I think realistically, if the board chooses to go in the direction that I think we're moving, I would say optimistically 6 to 9 months before we could say the project started and we're ready to go. But the board has been incredibly supportive of A, seeing the need, but B, willing to put dollars behind it, because that's ultimately what it's going to take.
Yeah, well, and then when we talk about workforce, you know, we work, I know you work with Coconino County workforce. We need to start including the tribal workforce offices so that we have those as part of the reports that do start coming out. So I would just suggest that when we look at the number of students that are coming across, I think majority of the students are here. I know Fredonia doesn't have service out there. Yeah. I don't know if we can, how do we do that? And the classes that are in Fredonia are from Mojave County. Yeah.
Yeah. So part of that is
work on that, or is it that we're just focused on Page and Flagstaff and that's it?
So part of it is county related. The reason Mojave picks up Fredonia is because that's technically in their service area, but there's no reason, especially if we can get the housing situation taken care of, that those students wouldn't be able to come to CCC because it's a shorter drive for them to do so. But again, it kind of stops. We were talking during the break about the economic report that Econa had just done, and it all starts and stops with housing. So if we're not providing that from that's like the baseline of Maslow, right? We talk about Maslow before Bloom. You've got to have housing, shelter, security before you can start talking about learning. And so for that reason, that's part of where we see Page being able to grow as a campus is by providing that housing. And we've absolutely and will continue to engage with our tribal partners, not only in Page, but in Flagstaff and in all of the areas that we serve. It's important to me just because the area that I grew up in Wyoming on the Wind River Indian Reservation. But I think, again, it's sometimes those communities are left out. So we want to make sure that they see themselves as being a part of CCC and being able to do what we can to help those communities.
How is CCC? A number of years ago, we went through the process where Page campus was going to be closed, and we all showed up saying that can't happen, and just where are we financially now?
We are in, I would tell you it's about 180 degrees different. The tax reset was huge for us to not only add career and technical education or CTE programs, but this past year, we adopted the biggest budget that we ever have as an institution, and that's providing the resource for us to be able to provide for our students. So I know there's still definitely internal trauma of folks just having I call it the austerity mindset of, well, we don't have the money, we don't have them. We finally are at a place where we have more resource. We certainly can't print our own money. Lord knows we'd love to, but we're able to do much more than what we have in the past. And the future is very, very bright for our institution, not only from an enrollment standpoint, but what we're going to be able to provide to all of our communities. Things are much, much different than they were even 5 years ago.
Okay. Well, thank you. I really appreciate the report. I think a report like this is always the best way to tell our stories, and it's especially when it's on a explaining why students need to go to school. We need to really work with our high school institutions to make sure. The other thing too is that we need to work on our student readiness for college. Universities spend a lot of time on remedial classes, and by the time they're ready for the university or college level classes, they've run out of their scholarship.
Yeah, and to address that, Supervisor Fowler, we're actually my goal in the next couple of years at CCC is to be what we call remediation free. So we will no longer offer classes to what I call classes to nowhere. So these courses, what we're doing right now and building, or what we call co-requisites. So it puts a student into a college level course. There is no lower level course, but then it provides them kind of the support behind to be able to get them up and stay up with the material while they're in that college level course. That's shown great success nationwide. And to your point, what we can't have happening is students showing up, taking 30 and 40 credits to courses that don't count towards a degree, and then finding themselves either completely exhausting their Pell or their scholarships because they were taking classes that aren't going to get them anywhere. So we know that that's on us as an institution. We have to get them to the place that they need to be. But to your point about the high schools as well, we're going to start working. We received the largest gift in the institution's history to start working here in Flagstaff, specifically with students who are not identifying as wanting to go to college. We're going to start working with them their freshman year and start enrolling them in college their sophomore year. So while they're in high school, their sophomore year, they're going to start with us. So by the time they're done, at the very least, we should see them graduating with 25 to 30 credits, if not, in some cases, an entire associate's degree. So that, again, has been something that community colleges have not traditionally been at the forefront, but we don't have that luxury anymore. We have to be out there, and we have a great partnership with all of our school districts. FUSD is a big partner with us, but Page as well, Page Unified and our tribal communities and schools. Those are, it's not about us looking at them and saying, well, get the students better prepared. We have to do it together. And I think that's where we're really going to turn some heads and turn some things around.
I'm really happy to hear that, because I haven't seen improvement in the Arizona border, the region's statistics department. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Dr. Heiser. Supervisor Ryan, are you available, and would you like to make any comments? Supervisor Ryan, are you still with us? All right. I think Supervisor Ryan is recovering from his hip surgery, and he said he would last with us as long as he could. So
yeah.
Might be quite possible that he's done. So we appreciate the presentation. Look forward to future presentations and seeing how some of these plans are that you're working on develop and grow under your leadership, and look forward to collaborating with CCC moving forward.
Appreciate the opportunity and all of your support as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. of the
Thank
board.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you. All right, and with that, I think we're ready to go on break. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We do have a break in time certain at 1:50.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So we'll get a photo with Dr. Heiser, and then we do have a break until 1:15. That's a time certain hearing.
All right, in that case, we are adjourned for lunch. Thank you. October 10th board meeting. Please note that the public hearing was already opened at that meeting and has remained open. We will have staff present and then I will ask for comments from the public. At that time, Clerk Daly will provide instructions on how to provide comments in person and virtually. First, we'll start with the staff's presentation.
Yeah, the webinar is covering the share screen thing. Oh, there, just went away. Perfect. Thanks, Lindsay. Chair Vasquez and Supervisors, good afternoon. Jay Crystalman, Community Development. As the chair had mentioned, this is a continuation of a hearing from October 17th. We have seen these slides before, but I'm going to go over them again as a refresher to help answer any questions that have come up since. Now, the property owner is Cygnus SBL Peaks LLC out of Atlanta, Georgia. John Lyons is with us here today. Representative Kent Hodson-Feller of Mogollon Engineering also is with us today, as well as Lindsay Shuby with Gabminch and Burnham. The zoning of this subdivision is RR 2.5. 2.5 acre minimum parcel size. The subdivision is 185 acres. There we go. Appreciate it. I just use arrows. Thank you. And it is in Supervisor Patrice Horseman's district, which is District 1. Now, the request before us today is to modify Condition 7 to remove the requirement to improve Roundtree Road to county standards. It is also requested to remove Condition 18 that requires a trail to be built on the west side of the subdivision. I would like to note that in 2016, there was a request to remove the trail construction requirement for the east side of the subdivision that the board approved at that time. Here's the overall location in Fort Valley. Here's a zoomed in version of the parcel viewer. You can see the lots that are shaded in green are the Ranch of the Peak subdivision. Here's a different orientation of the plat that better shows the road infrastructure and drainage infrastructure. Here's what Roundtree Road looks like this past winter. So you can see it's well maintained. Some background for the subdivision in 06 was when the preliminary plat was originally approved. In 07, the final plat for phase 1, which was 34 lots, was approved. In 09 and again in 2016, similar requests were made. Ones that were approved were the extended time frame for the paving of Roundtree to coincide with the final plat of phase 3, the removal of the requirement to construct a split rail perimeter fence that the neighbors did not want at the time, and the removal of the requirement to construct a trail on the east side. Again, like I said, that was approved at that time. Now in 2019, phase 2 final plat was approved for 20 lots. In 2022, phase 3 final plat was approved for 20 lots. And the applicant bonded for the paving or improvements around Roundtree at that time. Now the modification, I'll just read the proposed stricken language here, but the modification to number 7 said at the time of submittal of the final plat for any portion of the subdivision after the first 54 lots, the applicant shall also be responsible for the improvement of Roundtree Road from Taylor Springs Lane to Highway 180 to county standards. And the second portion of that condition proposed to be stricken is, if possible, the easement obtained from the Forest Service for Roundtree shall be wide enough to accommodate a meandering road. And the next condition is proposed to be completely removed, which would eliminate the construction of the trail on the west side of the subdivision. Any questions so far? Now, the citizen participation meeting was held before this went to the Planning and Zoning Commission back in October of 2022. 22 neighbors attended, and staff has received additional comments since then, and those are in your packet. Now, the comments from both inside out and outside of the subdivision that folks wanted to retain the requirement to pave or otherwise improve Roundtree. And most supported, actually, I think all folks within inside the subdivision reported that they supported removing the requirement to build the trail on the west side. From a staff analysis, the requirement to pave Roundtree became a condition in '06 when it was originally platted, when there was not primary access through Chimney Springs for the subdivision. Very soon thereafter, the original developer obtained easements from the property owners to use Chimney Springs as the primary access and egress for subdivision. There's no issues with Roundtree in its current state to be used for emergency services. Like I said, it is a well-maintained Forest Service Schedule A road. After the last hearing on October 17th, staff was directed to engage the U.S. Forest Service one more time to get a determination, will the Forest Service allow for anything to be improved on Roundtree? And the answer again was no. They want it to be maintained as a Schedule A road, and maintained as is, which we currently do. Now the trail that's being proposed to be removed was originally to be a private trail, accessible only to the owners of the subdivision. It's not a public trail. And most property owners that we've received comment on do not want the trail. It's located in a 50-foot easement that goes through everybody's backyard. So when the trail was removed in 2016 on the other side of the subdivision, the discussion then was, well, we like the idea that there's this 50-foot easement because it provides for the necessary open space, and people couldn't build in that 50-foot easement. So it was widely supported and approved then. There has been some question about what if the easement remains, and from a staff perspective, it doesn't matter to us. There are easements all over this county and others that aren't being used. The facilities have been turned over to the HOA at this point. So it would be between the HOA to dissolve the easement or the individual property owners to remove it if they did not want it. But from what we hear, most of the folks within the subdivision, actually, I think all of them within the subdivision, like the idea of leaving the 50-foot easement. Any questions before I proceed?
Supervisor Horstman.
So, and of course, this has come up. So, Jay, if you could just probably talk a little bit more in depth. If in fact there is a property owner out there that wants to remove the easement that's not going to be used, how would they go about doing that?
Supervisor Vasquez and Chair Horstman. So we do have an administrative process that it's the form we use is called a lot split combo form. And that allows for adjustments such as easements to be removed from individual property owners' lots. And again, like I said, if the HOA wanted to dissolve the easement, that's something they can also choose to do.
So I take what you're saying, if I may, Chair, that what you're saying is that they can get a hold of community development and you'll help them fill out the form so that they can do that if they elect to in fact get that easement removed from their property.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Horstman, that's correct. Our form is actually so simple of a process. The city of Flagstaff adopted our form. It's convenient. Any other questions before I proceed?
Doesn't look like it. Please proceed.
Thank you. So the findings for a preliminary plat are such that the proposed subdivision conforms to the goals, objectives, and policies of our plans and amendments, that the design of the proposed subdivision will not cause substantial environmental damage and will not present serious public health problems, that the site of the proposed subdivision is physically suitable for the proposed type and density of development, that the proposed subdivision is consistent with provisions and intent of zoning regulations applicable to the property, and that the proposed subdivision conforms to the improvement and design standards set forth in the zoning and subdivision ordinances. And the Planning and Zoning Commission at their November, I think it was either October or November of 2022, they did make those findings and they have recommended approval of the modification to condition 7 and the removal of condition 8, and subdivision 2022-037 may be approved through resolution 2023-54. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
No questions? Okay, please continue.
Mr. Chair, that does summarize the presentation.
All right, thank you. Now we have the applicant present if they would like to.
Chair, board members, Lindsay Shuby with Gamut and Burnham. I don't have anything to add. We echo what Mr. Kristelman said in terms of the easement. If property owners want to go and abandon that easement, we're fully supportive of that action. So I don't have anything to add unless you have any questions of me.
Any questions from the board? All right, thank you. Okay, the public hearing is already open and we'll now take comments. When you're called upon to speak, announce your name and place of residence. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Make sure your comments are directed to the public. We would like new comments first, I believe, correct?
If I may, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Supervisor
You know
Horstman.
if possible, Chair, what I would recommend is that those that may not have had an opportunity to provide comment in our earlier one, that they be allowed to speak first. And then for those that may have already provided input, if they understand we've already received their input is already public record. The emails that they've sent are already public record, and we've had an opportunity as a board to look at those. So that they keep their comments to any new matters that may come forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. So with that said, Clerk Daly, please explain how those here in person and those virtually can provide public comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide public comment during this public hearing and you're here in person, you can make your way up to the podium since we don't have a whole lot of people here in the room. We also have comment cards at the table if you prefer to just fill out a comment form and have me read your comment, or just for us to save it for record. If you've joined the meeting virtually and you'd like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on it, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. I do have Dawn Meininger with her hand up. I know she spoke at the last meeting, but so far that's the only hand up as of now.
In that case, please proceed as long as it's new information. Thank
Okay.
you.
Dawn, I'm going to go ahead and allow you to speak. And if you could please state your name and address for the minutes, and we will start the clock soon after you do that.
My name is Dawn Meidinger. My address is 8341 Vista Peak Way. I'm a resident in Ranch at the Peaks, and my comments today are specifically related to the communication that was received from the Forest Service in the packet on October 19th. The question I have is, what question was asked by staff to the Forest Service? And my concern is that, once again, the question's being asked to staff level folks and not leadership folks at the Forest Service. Response came back from the Forest Service from the public service staff officer, not from the district ranger. And the response indicated that it would not be in the public interest for the Forest Service to allow improvements on the road. In fact, the public interest test is not the correct legal test. What's controlling here is that the parties have existing contracts in place between the county and the Forest Service. One is the easement, the other is the Schedule A Forest Development Road Cooperative Agreement. That's an existing agreement that allows for, there's the terms and conditions of that agreement, if folks reviewed it, allow for a joint cooperation, necessary improvements to be accomplished by project agreements, and they even contemplate the forest granting further easements where needed. So the question that should have been asked of the Forest Service is, under that existing forest road agreement, what can you do, Forest Service, to help us here? Because we would like to accomplish some improvements on the road, not just a straight question of, can we do X? Those agreements control the relationship between the parties, and that's what should have been asked. And in fact, I think one of the county engineer mentioned last time that there was some concern about how long it might take to get approvals under NEPA for road improvements to be accomplished. And there's something called a categorical exclusion that would be applicable to this sort of road improvement that could be utilized to make the process very streamlined. So it wouldn't take a whole lot of extra work. And I'm just continuing to be concerned that no one's asking the right question to the Forest Service or pressing this issue of the existing contractual relationship that the parties have. And I believe that that's the process that should take place. I'm disappointed to see that it wasn't. There's no information in the packet provided that shows what question was asked to the Forest Service. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. It is in the record and we will take that into consideration. Are there any other public comments?
Chair Vasquez, we do have Craig Larfall with his hand up in the Zoom, so I'm going to go ahead and allow Craig to speak. Craig, if you could please state your name and address for the record, and we will then start your 3 minutes to speak. You'll just need to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name's Craig Lerfold. I live at 8341 Vista Peak Way. My comment is regarding the path easement. Since we are at a position where all residents have chosen to eliminate the path or would like to have it eliminated, I would also like to see the easement removed. That's the only comment I have today. Thanks.
Thank you for your comment. It will be taken into consideration.
Chair Vasquez, I do have Adam Dybel on the virtual meeting that would like to speak.
Please proceed.
Adam, if you could please state your name and address for the record, and then you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, this is Adam Dybel, 8525 North Chimney Springs Trail. I just want to thank staff for their work towards finding out the answers that have been asked since the last month has passed. In response to what Ms. Meidinger was saying, it's my understanding with conversations I've had with the Forest Service that they're not going to have any contractual relationship with a developer on a road. It has to be with a governmental agency. And again, that condition in the report doesn't give the developer any room to negotiate with the Forest Service. I don't disagree if the neighbors do want to have Roundtree Ranch Road improved in some way, that the county can engage with those neighbors and with their help and negotiate with the Forest Service. But I don't see it how a path forward for the developer in this case. And that's all I've got to say.
Thank you for your comments. Next.
At this time, Chair Vasquez, we do not have any hands raised in the Zoom format. I'm just going to check in the room if there's anyone here that would like to make a comment. You can make your way to the podium. If there's anyone on the Zoom that would like to speak, you can hit the raise hand icon, or on telephone, you can hit *9. There are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
Okay, well, in that case, first off, thank you everyone who did contribute to the conversation, whether sending in emails, calling the offices, or giving public comment now. We are taking those comments in consideration as we move forward and make our decisions. So in that case, I am now closing the public comment or the public hearing. Supervisors, are there any questions or comments? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and first of all and foremost, I want to thank members of the public and the developers and all of those that have presented and provided information. We have received a number of emails and information as well as public comments. Those have all been provided and reviewed by the board. And we really appreciate everyone's involvement in this. It obviously makes our job easier when we get to work with members of our community and really kind of take a close look at what's happening, especially something that quite frankly has been in the works since 2006. And Mr. Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to kind of review a little bit of where we are and what we're here to do here today. As you know, members of the board, we are here pursuant to a resolution where we are being asked to modify condition 7 to remove the requirement to improve Roundtree Road to county standards. And number 2, to completely remove condition 18, the requirement to construct a perimeter trail on the west side of the subdivision. Everything I have received except for one comment has been in favor of removing that trail. And with the information we received today, the only concerns I've heard were that the easement for that trail were part of many people's deeds. And we've got information, and hopefully that's now been provided to the public on how to remove that if somebody does want to move that easement encumbrance from their deed, and the assurances that community development will in fact help them. So really, as far from my perspective, my concern is primarily with the condition on modifying 7 to remove the requirement to improve Roundtree Road to county standards. And we've heard a lot about that from all kinds of parties. And the bottom line is that we are here because of changing circumstances. Back in 2006, when this was put in, I have some concerns because, quite frankly, it entails roads, or it contains property that isn't even the property of Coconino County. This is Forest Service property. Coconino County has an agreement with the Forest Service, Schedule A road agreement with the Forest Service. And so there's a real question as to, back in 2006, why it was placed in as a condition. But furthermore, and probably most important as we sit here today, is that the Forest Service has informed the county that they will not grant an easement for Roundtree Road or allow the road to be paved or improved. You may recall that the last hearing, I actually asked for a slight continuance because I wanted to make sure that we followed up with the Forest Service. I know we have regular ongoing discussions with them, especially with regards to that Schedule A road agreement, but I wanted to find out if we could do improvement less than paving. And we did, besides discussions with community development who went back to the Forest Service, we did get a follow-up letter, email on October 19th, making it very clear that this is to be maintained in accordance with the Forest Service Schedule A standards. And they also made it very clear that any additional surface treatment, which I'm assuming is any other maintenance, or I should say improvements short of paving, would not be accepted by the Forest Service, and that the Forest Service made it clear it was not in the public interest. Now, I'm assuming we could probably ask a million questions, and probably I would ask different questions than Jay, but I have a complete faith that in fact the Forest Service has been followed up with and talked with not once, not twice, but repeatedly on this. And we are being told that they will not accept any improvements in any paving. And as far as I'm concerned, I will accept the information being presented. So what we really have now is a situation that's being presented to us, the board, where we have a condition that's impossible to meet. And I do not know how we can hold anybody to an impossible condition. In fact, it seems to me that that would be pretty arbitrary and capricious on the board to continue to try to require that they continue with a provision that we cannot meet. I also want to point out that planning and zoning, when they received this information and also took a look at it, basically made similar findings. And that is that they found that this was an unusual requirement to have been put back in 2006 anyway, because of course, this was not owned by the county at the time. And subsequent to that, this road is not the primary access road for this subdivision. Primary access road is now Chimney Springs. back in 2006, as I understand from community development, they had not received the authority and the easements from the private property owners to make Chimney Springs the primary access. Since that time they have, Chimney Springs is now the primary access. Roundtree Road does provide sufficient emergency access for the subdivision, and the current condition, which is in accordance with the maintenance agreement and the agreement we have with the Forest Service as a Schedule A road, is in fact being met by the county for those purposes. Now, given the fact that there are people who live on that road, and given the fact that for many people that is their road because it's not the subdivision road, but it's where they're living, you know, I am assuming from the information provided from Public Works and from Community Development that that road will continue to be maintained in the standards and the agreement with the Forest Service, and maybe go a little bit beyond given where we are on this. Recommendations have been made that especially in the spring to sprinkle that road to keep the dust down. I've heard from both Jay and also from Christopher that that is the intent. I'm assuming that they will continue to do that and will continue to provide good maintenance on that road and make sure that that maintains and is maintained as an appropriate emergency access. I'm also going to point out that planning and zoning did in fact indicate that given the change of conditions that planning and zoning would approve the resolution to remove condition number 7. And quite frankly, I see no reason that condition 7 should remain, especially given the fact that it would be impossible for us to even enforce that condition. Now, I know many people who live out there feel that they have been misled. Some of them have used much stronger language. And for that, all I can say is that something occurred many years ago. And we, as the Board of Supervisors, now are trying to do the very best we can for that community and the residents out there. I believe removing condition 7 with the assurances from planning and zoning and Public Works about maintaining that emergency access road to the standards as required by the Forest Service is in the best interest of those residents out there. And I am hopeful that there'll be some extra attention put out there, Christopher, because of some concerns and problems that we've had going back a couple of decades ago. I also want to make it clear that we also take a look at what we're able to provide for the residents and for that subdivision because of the comments and the promises that have been made by the developer. And that includes the developer's willingness to work with the Majestic Water Dwid and providing both property and storage tanks. And I appreciate the developer working with the folks that live out there. I know they've been working with our community development on the internal roads and making sure that those internal roads come up to standards. I have been told by Christopher Tressler that they have enjoyed good relationships. I hope those continue. And I certainly appreciate the developer's willingness to work with the county and make sure that those roads, in fact, do meet county standards and are up to par for those residents. And I think that's in everybody's best interest anyway, because if we're going to go to phase 3, you want to make sure that the people in phase 1 and 2 are happy as well. So I really do appreciate the attention and the cooperation and partnership between the developer and our and our county staff. So I really do appreciate that. At this particular point, I will, when other comments are made by my board members, be happy to make a motion. But at this time, I believe that adequate information has been presented to us, that condition 7 is an impossible condition to meet. It would be inappropriate for the board to continue to hold that to the developer, and I am in agreement for approving a removal of condition number 7, and also to meet our the requirements of just removing the trail, since that does not appear to be what anybody wants out there anyway.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Do we have any other comments from supervisors? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, yeah, I was a part of that decision way back when. And, if I had a memory like an elephant, I would remember every detail. Although I do understand these conditions. There were different circumstances at the time, as noted by Supervisor Horstman. The primary access was not attained through Chimney Springs at the time, which begged for it's unique, not completely unique. We have subdivisions down in the Blue Ridge area where we have a paving occurring on Forest Service properties and accessing a subdivision. However, over time, primary access has been achieved for the Chimney Springs route, which pulled that level of demand away. In the meantime, though, this is a unique area as far as the Forest Service and how we handle those type of improvements. First and foremost, it's through Schedule A that we have an agreement. It is Forest Service that dictates primary decisions associated with it. There is the experimental forest, which is a historical piece of the Forest Service that creates a unique circumstance as it relates to this road as well. With time, the subdivision itself went through its various levels of investment to actually get appropriate improvements, get the internal roads to function. So considering Forest Service position associated with it, noting that there is a more appropriate primary access, I would agree with everything stated by Supervisor Horstman. As it comes to the discussion associated with the trail and the easement, one piece that we've always attempted to do is, or started to do, is provide a walkability. And if this were an immediate build out that occurred, that trail may have achieved that objective. However, that hadn't happened. With time and gradual build out of this, there wasn't a need. People used the road and the road improvements that happened internally as the walkable component. I can understand why that condition would be removed. The other piece associated with the easements, I think also is related to time. Part of the objective, sometimes when we have new subdivisions coming into more historical communities or communities that had already existed, is creating the opportunity for a buffer between the new community and the old community. And that was a piece of the thinking back then. Well, this has developed over time. People have their building envelopes that are in other areas within the 2.5 acres. It by default has achieved that objective and may have aged past that objective. So again, as noted by both staff and Supervisor Horstman, there is a mechanism if private property owners want to remove that intent. They can do it individually as private property owners associated with it. So as I take a look at this and what's happened with over time, it evolved. Different circumstances, the community came in on what the original intent was, how it modified. So I agree to the request to remove the conditions. The other piece that was noted, I should note, public comment, private property owners could come together with the county to do paving. If there were a road improvement district to occur out there, as we put the burden on the developer when they do development, it still would have to achieve the Forest Service objectives. And in this case, the intent of the Forest Service is not to have paving occur in this portion of the forest. So just noting that for the sake of the community. Again, I go back to looking at the internal design of the roads that achieve what could not be achieved when these conditions were originally proposed. So when it comes to the 5 different findings, I do not see where any of these would be inconsistent with any of our comprehensive plan, our zoning conditions. They have been weighed out. They've been worked through with staff. The integrity or intent still hold true even with modifications. So I can make the findings as did, planning and zoning did also. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Are there any other comments by supervisors? No? Okay, my final comments would just be, I agree. The conditions aren't able to be met and we need to make this modification. So I'm in support of the recommendations of the staff. And so I do believe we have a motion by Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do have before us resolution number 2023-54. It's quite extensive, so rather than reading it at this point, I would instead ask for us to approve resolution 2023-54, which modifies the conditions of approval of the Ranch at the Peaks final plat located in Fort Valley, modifying condition 7 to remove the requirement to improve Roundtree Road to county standards, and 2, completely removing condition 18, the requirement to construct a perimeter trail on the west side of the subdivision, all is more fully set forth in the resolution. That's my motion.
Thank you. Can I get a second? Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we have a unanimous 5-0 vote. Thank you, everyone. Next item is discussion and update regarding state or federal legislative administrative matters coming from the county manager's office, who I believe is deferring to Mr. Gregory Nelson.
Good evening or good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, board members. Just wanted to give a quick state update and then seek your direction on a letter that was distributed yesterday as it relates to the State Transportation Board. As you know, we've been scheduling meetings with you all to head down to the legislature. We have quite a robust agenda starting tomorrow with Representative Sosi and Vice Chair Begay. On Thursday, we are meeting with the majority in the House and Senate Appropriations Committee with Chair Vasquez. And then next week with Supervisor Horstman and Vice Chair Begay with the minority in the House and Senate Appropriations, and then continuing into before Thanksgiving and then after at the holiday board meeting at CSA in December. So with that, we've prepared and I distributed a guidebook to the county, which is an abbreviation of some of the board's key priorities. This was distributed yesterday with your offices. I'd like to thank Mr. Pellegrini and Communications Director Rendoza for their assistance in the production of this. We are currently working with Lucinda and Jay Smith on a similar document for the federal side, and I know you're familiar with that. So in lieu of taking more time on the state, I will mention that we are aware of a letter that was sent by Mr. Representative Gress to the board And we are working with Director Musselman on formulating a response as it relates to those questions that the chair received in a letter from the Arizona House of Representatives as it relates to a shelter grant that HHS received. So we will be formulating that response and bringing it to the chair for his direction as we consider a response going forward. So with that, I will just shift gears briefly to a letter that I was asked to bring forward to the board today, which is would be on behalf of the board in consideration of Mr. Jerry L. Williams' application to the governor's office for the position of District 5 on the State Transportation Board. Just to note that District 5 does not refer to the county in this case, but refers to the State Transportation Board District 5, which just to clarify, since we do have District 5 here as well. So we've prepared that letter based on a resume that we received, and it is with you all for your consideration, and staff is happy to take direction as it relates to that letter of recommendation.
Thank you. Thank you for all the hard work in preparing it. And I'd like to ask if any of my colleagues have any comments in regarding to the letter. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. I believe that our candidate is online. I can't see. Is Jerry Williams online? I can't see because
He is online. Well, could you please elevate him to panelist?
so I'd like to introduce to the board and members of the board, Jerry Williams. He's from Tlachii. He's from, actually lives in Page and was a chapter president for Tlachii for several years and has worked with Navajo Nation as the staff assistant to the council delegate Paul Begay. And he's worked on transportation in our region for the community for a number of years. We have a letter of support from the Page Mayor, Mayor Dyack, and from the Navajo Nation Transportation. So we have, and I noticed that Zenny Holmes is also, Bob Worsley is also supporting him. And we are recommending that he be, we recommend him to the governor for the Arizona State Transportation Board for our region. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Williams, you just need to unmute.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Mr. Williams, if you're online, could you please join us?
And just for the record, Mr. Williams has met with each of the board members except for Matt. And he was here and met with each of the board members and spent time with each of you and met the county manager and staff. Just real quick introductions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, are you available to speak? Okay, in that case, I just want to say that I did. Oh, there you go. Thank you. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and then the board of directors. I'm glad that I had a chance to talk to the board of directors, except Matt, when I was in Flagstaff. And I think that Lena just went over a little bit of what I do and what I did. And I am glad to be considered to be put on this board of transportation for the state of Arizona. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from supervisors? Supervisor Horstman.
And I have just a clarification. You know, I met Jerry Williams and it was really appreciate Supervisor Fowler bringing him here and allowing us to meet with him. Guess my question is, without violating, the agenda, are we, is this just informational? I guess I'd like to know what we're doing.
Yes, Chair Horseman, Chair Vasquez, board members, I'm seeking your direction on a letter today that we would normally have in roundtable to put forward this letter with your colleagues under the chair's signature.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? I just note that having worked on transportation, I did meet with Mr. Williams, and I do believe he can be a good advocate for Northern Arizona. And I also just want to share with the public why this is significant, this position being chosen by Coconino County. This region, Region 5, encompasses 3 counties: Coconino County, Apache County, and Navajo County. And the Board of Supervisors helps suggest to the governor who they would like to see represent every 6 years. So this is a 6-year term, which means that Coconino County will not be offering out a candidate to the governor's office for 18 years. So it is a big deal. We do want to get the right person. And having met with Mr. Williams, I feel he can be a good advocate for Northern Arizona throughout the 3 counties. Thank you. And for the state. Thank you. Are there any other comments? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. I also met with Jerry, Mr. Williams. So I just felt that, he would be someone that we could use, to help us along with our transportation needs. Within the counties, there are also tribal communities and then also the county. So I'm very pleased to have met with him, and I feel that, he can follow through with a lot of things that we're needing, and also to help us along. And he does have some experience in different aspects that will allow him to make some decisions that to really benefit our county overall. So I just want to thank him for coming forth and applying, and also, having to meet with us individually. I think that was pretty good. And so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Horseman.
Given the fact this isn't listed as an action item and to be therefore inappropriate, but since you are not only our chair, but also our representative for various transportation boards, I'm assuming that you've got the authority to proceed on this letter.
Yes, thank you. We do, but we wanted to bring it to the board and have that discussion out of respect of all our board members before we proceeded forward.
And I appreciate that. And I appreciate Jerry stepping forward to take this position.
Thank you. And we also appreciate our current representative who's already done his 6 years and has been holding on to the seat until the governor was able to appoint a new person, and that's Jesse Thompson. So we really appreciate you, Jesse, and I believe you're online. If you are, would you like to join in and say some comments?
Mr. Thompson, you just need to unmute. There you go.
Chairman?
Yes,
Chairman?
we can hear you, but very low. There you go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for this time, just to make some comments. And I'm very thankful that the Coconino County's Board Supervisors are able to recommend somebody. Let me kind of give you an idea how the process went with me. I was recommended by Navajo County Board of Supervisors to fill in the seat that was left open by Orlando Teller. And my recommendation went before the state Senate Transportation Committee. From there on, they forwarded my name to the governor. And he in turn, at the time there was Governor Ducey, he in turn appointed me to sit on that board. And yes, it was last year in December that I termed it out. But because of not having anybody available
that was recommended, the chairman of the board, Chairman Gary Knight, asked if I could stay on, and I did say it was fine with me. So this is going on my 7th year now, and there is a lot of work that is involved, a lot of transportation projects coming from 6 of the districts. We do have 6 districts in the state of Arizona. However, there's 7 board members. 2 of them are from Maricopa County. So it's an extensive traveling. Every month we meet the 3rd Friday of each month. And the next one this month is coming up next Friday, and it'll be happening in Tucson. Jennifer Post, she is now our director. Prior to her was another individual who was there. But now it's Jennifer. And locally, it's Brandon Foley, a district engineer. Again, there's at least 6 or 7 district engineers throughout the state of Arizona. And certainly our responsibilities as board members to assist the director in whatever issues that are related to transportation. So we do have various projects that come into play, mainly HERF monies that come through gas tax, use tax, vehicle license tax, registration, and etc. That total up to about maybe close to maybe 140 million annually, and that's how much money we have to deal with. And pretty much that we depend a lot upon the communities and the public and guiding us through the kind of projects that they feel need to be addressed in a pretty good in a timely manner. So I have done the best I could to provide assistance to not only the 3 counties that was mentioned earlier, Apache, Navajo, and Coconino, but all the rest of the districts in the state of Arizona. This year, our president or our chairman, his name is Gary Knight, and the next, he will be terming out this coming December. The next person in line will be, his name is Richard Cyril, and I don't know, I think the chairman, you and I heard that it may be a little bit difficult getting some of the appointments made and approved by the state legislature. And it may take some time, but I've been looking at ways that we can ask our legislature to see if they could move on appointing the next person that'll be replacing me, whom will be Jerry. And I worked with Jerry before on some of the projects in his area, and those are some of them have come to reality. So again, I do appreciate having worked with all the counties, the 3 counties, the cities, and pretty much my focus has been on how can we cooperate, work together, and even making some changes or making amendments to the existing policies at the state level so that more projects could come from the rural and tribal communities. And it is a difficult situation. I understand. I've heard many times that we don't have the money. The state policy won't allow us. Well, we sometimes have to keep bringing it up. And that's the reason for having public comment period beginning of each meeting during the State Transportation Board. So the public can come to us with their issue or with their concern. And again, other times are allowed for public input, like all the projects are reviewed every so often throughout the year. So we welcome all the public comments. So with that brief comment, I'd like to turn this back to the chairman. Appreciate you allowing me to take this time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. We really appreciate your comments, and we're looking forward to Mr. Williams, hopefully representing Northern Arizona District 5 on the State Transportation Board. And just so everybody understands, the commitment is a 6-year commitment of monthly meetings around the state, looking at transportation issues and deciding on projects that the state will support for local communities. So it is an important role, and we really appreciate him stepping up. Supervisor Horstman.
I didn't know Jesse was on the line. Jesse Thompson, thank you so much for your service on the State Transportation Board and your work and dedication on behalf of us here in Northern Arizona. So thank you. I know it took you were on a little longer than you were expecting, and we really appreciate you filling in and your service to your community and for those of us in Northern Arizona. So thank you so much, Jesse. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments from supervisors? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, unfortunately, I didn't. I had to be out, Mr. Williams, so I didn't have a chance to meet with you. Before I go there, though, I'll do as Supervisor Horstman did. Jesse, Jesse, I called him the grandfather of County Supervisors Association because he was a term ahead of me. So it's good to hear from the grandfather speak again. But I want to thank you, Jesse. You've always been there. You went to the communities, which is a key piece of this position. And I would encourage you, Mr. Williams, to do the same. Important pieces of note associated with what you're stepping into. We have the 13 other rural counties where we don't get a broader distribution of funds when it comes to lane miles. We need strong advocates on behalf of rural Arizona. We also are quite concerned about funding. It has not been updated. We need the legislature to move on it, but we definitely need advocates on the board for increased funding for transportation. It hasn't been updated, at least from the HERF formula, since the early 90s. And that is where we get quite concerned as subdivisions of the state, the cities and the counties. We get a distribution associated with that, and that distribution has less buying power because of time. So we most certainly need advocacy on behalf of the 13 other counties. Because of that, because of the limited update, Mr. Halakowski pulled a lot of activities and funding that would be in the separate districts in ADOT back into Phoenix, and a lot of work comes out of Phoenix. I would hope that you would continue to advocate and bring some of those activities back to our local districts, our ADOT districts, and what happens with them. I know Jennifer Toth. I had the great pleasure of working with her over many years on the Sedona roundabout projects that were a compromise with the community, but she's a wonderful person to work with. You're asking for this recommendation. I've had others that I had hoped that would step in based on their experience. Just Tanya upfront that most of them stepped away because of the time commitment. So it is a very big time commitment. I'll listen to my peers. They think you would be that person that would be a strong advocate. I would hope that you step in there and learn quite a bit and help us understand the system and leverage for opportunities that we definitely want to see. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Are there any other comments from board members? Supervisor Fowler.
If you're speaking, we can't hear you out here.
I don't think you, did you hear me, Jesse? No, okay. Joe, yeah, ba and the dish nil Jesse. I see a ya ba heta nitzen, yegon, not ani, but skeindla, the yego a ya naha, sinzi don the jono on the zat eats at on sotazenda, but I on nis nil kal. What ako in hashish don nasa shi what edo left yon at the neat in yego yat eho not ani and jono yat don jono alle yan sekhe stone jono ya halet ani ifnid nishto nsen kotot neto now on ida what on hashish don what ashin kotoho ado. Thank you, Jesse, for being our leader all these years, always working with everyone, always trying to see how we can, everyone can work together. Very strong advocate on our behalf as a county supervisor and on the board and other organizations that you represented us. We just absolutely thank you for that. And Jerry, we see that in you, and we are really excited that you have said yes to this position. And any way that we can help you, we're going to be here to help you to in that position. And it's a huge commitment that you're making. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. Jesse, I'm gonna have Geronimo interpret for Lena here. Yeah, gonsa goni kain lo Jess on yeah go in ochido ya at ya nakayan ski don hanan nado nakanan nado in kanyan ski ohun zache politician lenko. Hashid ag enne kondet jo da na nish detail sado beshi ya at kodo ado leki ado le in le hishi da atskona ya at ado unda konde sa bana dit kon na do da la no a ya ba ya del tin le ko halet ya jo digi a jo ado le trashin ido lilson ot autobahn ses kesen le hale nit ko epcha da sit zlin ko hier in sago konda als ko in ka in lot and thank you so much for all the services that you provided to our constituents countywide, and it's going to take a leader to do that. And I know there's sleepless nights at times, but in traveling involved and stuff like that, but still yet, the outcomes is that, you feel good about helping your people and people out there that are needing the help. So thank you so much, Jess.
Thank you. I really appreciate listening to Danae, and it's very special to get that tribute to Jesse Thompson and his work for Northern Arizona. So thank you, supervisors, and thank you, Jesse Thompson, for your work, and also thank you, Jerry Williams, for would be willing to step up to do this job should the governor allow it. So Gregory, do you have anything else?
No, thank you, Chair Vasquez and board members. Just a note, to provide some more information on what we're doing down in Phoenix is we've been in contact with Karen Cruz, and she's really outlined a strategy as we work with the appropriations requests that we have. Obviously, the $5 million in RTAC for US 89 is critical for the county. We will be meeting with our delegation and emphasizing that, as well as the $35 million wildfire emergency response line item recapitalization. So we'll be meeting with both House and Senate on those efforts. And then mentioning how important local control to meet community needs and build programming to local community needs is for our county and all counties across the state. So those are some of the high level messages that we'll be taking down. We are also setting up these meetings. They're going to be very short, 30 minutes, where we'll be able to build relationships with our legislators. With COVID and some staff transition, it's really important, and we prioritize, Keith and I, of getting you down there, meeting with our legislators and building relationships so that when we have issues, we can pick up the phone and we can call and we can ask for what we need to help our community. So just wanted to provide that additional context, and if I'm happy to set up individual meetings to go over further items as we head down this week and next. It is a busy next couple weeks, just so you're aware. At the CSA, they'll be electing a first vice president to replace Danny Smith, who stepped down and was replaced with Supervisor Mack. And then we'll also be electing a third vice president for Medium County Caucus to come into that executive committee rotation. The Medium County Caucus is doing voting a little bit different this year. They're using a Google Forms document, and they do not have a proxy. So it'll be really important if you could be on at 9 o'clock on Thursday to vote on that Google form. We'll be providing information. If you haven't gotten your proxies to Jen Hammond, please work with your district directors to do that, as there will be a vote at the Board of Directors meeting as it relates to those executive committees at CSA. So wanted to highlight that on the 16th of November.
That was going to be my question. Are we talking about November or December?
Sorry about that. That's November 16th. So next week, Thursday, Medium County Caucus, and then CSA Board of Directors meeting at the usual times.
I know I'm going to
Thank
be
you,
there in
Supervisor.
person. Aren't we all going to be there in person?
I will not be, so I will need to give my
Okay.
proxy.
Good. You're down with me, I think, for the.
Yeah, I'll be down there.
I believe we've heard from 4 out of 5, but just a note on that Google Forms voting change. That is a different procedure that we've never had this year. Jacob actually sent an email out yesterday, and I forwarded it on to the board. So happy to meet with you and go over that, but just wanted to flag that since we do have a change in procedure.
Even if we're there,
Go ahead.
even if we're there in person?
I'm not quite sure on that. I believe they are going to still have you use that form, is my understanding, to keep track of the vote, but can certainly follow up with Mr. Emmett at CSA about that.
Yeah, I would, if I could, Mr. Chair, just a note, in our voting in the past, you are present, but you still go into their, whichever format they use, you still go in and put your vote in electronically.
So if I'm in person or I'm virtually, I can still use the Google form and vote if I'm online at that time when they ask for the vote.
Yes, Chair Vasquez.
Unless
Unless you're not.
no.
And that's just for the Medium County portion. Otherwise, it's a proxy in-person vote at the Board of Directors meeting.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because I was under the impression all the vote was going to be this Google form. So good to know it's just the Medium's caucus. Gotcha. Any other questions or comments? Okay.
With that, I'd like to turn it over to Keith Breckus, who will be providing a federal update.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and the board. Federal update, I'll try to be relatively brief. First of all, we're updating the federal legislative and administrative agenda brochures for when we go to Washington in February. It's a lot of it's some of the same concerns or same issues we deal with every year, like forest restoration, making sure we're having those kind of needs met in the Farm Bill. Probably the most significant change this year is we have added some language on the Baj Lavjo Ita Kukvini ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument. So in terms of preserving that, because there will be some attacks on keeping that, but also in terms of how to manage that and make sure that other interests that people have in the county, like ranchers and stuff, that their interests are still being respected as was originally identified in the monument plan. So love some of that messaging in there. Beyond the brochures, I guess the big issue is people are wondering if there'll be another government shutdown. The deadline for that is November 17th. We've reached out to our lobbyists on the Hill for what the vibe is, and Bob Holmes' impression is that with the new speaker, Mike Johnson, that the Republicans will give him a pass and they'll probably pass the continuing resolution till January 15th. So they'll give him a chance to succeed there. Of course, I wouldn't take that to the bank. Because as we've seen with the House before, once you try to predict what they're going to do, something else always happens. So there's certainly a possible shutdown on November 17th. And if that does occur, we'll put out some messaging with the communities on impacts. We will also keep you updated next week if the vibe on the Hill changes. Bob and Anna are watching that closely. And if it looks like we're headed for a shutdown, we'll Yeah, I just wanted to say, as if there's a shutdown in January, we will be monitoring its potential impact on our annual Hill visits, because we'll be there the second week of January. So that's something also to kind of just keep in mind as we plan going forward. We'll be making sure we stay on top of that.
I thought we were going the second week of February, or first week.
Sorry, second week of February. Apologies.
You scared me there for a second.
They always time it around the Super Bowl for some reason. So that week. Then a couple other things. An interior appropriations bill did pass through the House. It still has to be heard by the Senate, but of relevance to Coconino County, in that bill, the wildland firefighter pay extension is in there for a full year to go on. So if that interior appropriations bill gets heard and approved by the Senate and signed by the president, it would take care of the wildland firefighter pay cliff, which we've had concerns about, and which in the Senate, Senator Sinema is sort of the lead sponsor of that. And then in the House, I think it's one of the Republican reps from Idaho. And that appropriations bill, Mike Simpson, Republican from Idaho, is the person who sponsored that. Our representative, Eli Crane, did vote for that interior appropriations bill. It's largely a Republican bill, but with that wildland firefighter extension, and that part at least is good news. Our representative did also try to put 2 amendments into the interior appropriations bill. Both those amendments failed. They're not technically maybe super relevant to Arizona specifically, but just for awareness, one of them was to oppose the Chaco Canyon withdrawal in New Mexico. So that puts Crane in alignment with the current Navajo Nation president, Boone Igren, but it puts his position in opposition to the Interior Department and Deb Holland. So in that respect, he was in favor of extraction or interest there rather than preservation. But that amendment did fail mostly on party lines. The other amendment is a little more esoteric, but he wanted to reduce the salary of Brenda Mallory, who is the Council Environmental Quality Chair. He put in an amendment to reduce her salary to $1 a year. I'm not going to editorialize too much, except that doesn't sound like it's enough to pay the rent. But that amendment did fail. It received 161 votes, all by Republicans. But so draw your own conclusions there, but of interest anyways. Finally, moving back to more, I think, substantive stuff, which is good news. And I spoke to Senator Kelly's office, Paul Babbitt in his department on, there is a bill, HR 1450, which is a bill which would allow counties and tribes to take the receipts from timber harvesting and use those to do restoration projects both on and off federal. That will appear in the farm bill. Like they're very confident that that will get in the farm bill. So in the bill, that isn't as good, but that overall, since it's going to appear probably in the farm bill, it'll be good for the county because that particular provision would empower us to use those timber receipts, which would be a really good deal. On that, I'll take any questions if anybody has any comments.
Any questions, comments?
Just wanted to thank the board for your time today, and the direction on the letter. And just note that we're working on, going ahead and planning the February visits, getting talking points, collateral ready. And so we'll be engaging with you as we get closer on that. And if you haven't registered for NACO, please do so. It's very difficult to get into the conference hotel. I believe there's a few rooms left, but please do register. With that, happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Horstman.
Thank you both for keeping us informed. And gee, I'm not sure $1 is even meeting minimum wage, Keith. So
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, team.
Mr. Chair,
And then, yes, Supervisor Ryan.
yeah, I just wanted to let Greg know, just so in case, I'm not going to be able to make it to that. Okay.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. We'll hold a place there for you in our hearts. So.
All right, thank you. Next up is the manager report, but I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute bio break because I see one of my colleagues has left and I also need you. Yeah, so we'll have a bio break. Thank you.
a break. I had to take that phone call, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Not a problem. We all needed that quick bio break, so I think we're ready to get back on track. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. So we'll go ahead and get started. Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I want to thank the board for the letter that came before the board. On these letters that come through, we normally do not put it on the board agenda, and so it's a recommendation letter. They're brought before us, and we just we usually don't even do a vote on it either. So we just say, yes, proceed with this. We give directions, and that's how these go. So I just want to thank the board for considering it and supporting the letter for this Arizona State Transportation Board. I think we're gonna have a very good representative, and all we can do is just support from here on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other questions or comments from the board at this time? Okay, in that case, Deputy Manager Bertelstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. To start, we're going to go over some housekeeping items, literally some housekeeping items. We're going to have some elevator work done and some migration work. So Sue?
Thank you, Andy. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I wanted to give you a heads up on a couple of important things that are happening. The first one of those is scheduled for November 17th, which is a Friday, and actually across the entire weekend. This is a migration of our email server to what's called the government client. So nothing's going to change about our email addresses, anything like that. But this is an important security upgrade that we've been working on for a couple of years. And I want to shout out to the IT GCC migration team, including Matt and Helen, of course, but also Scott Carey, Matt Malik, and Lee Root, and the entire IT team and volunteers from all the departments who have been working to get through this migration. Parts of it were done last week. The final cutover will happen on the evening of the 17th and over that weekend. There may be occasional delays in looking at your email during that weekend. The IT help desk will be open through the whole weekend, so it's 928-679-7900 as usual. This is a really important and very large project that we're ready to go. There has been a lot of work done with departments, making sure that everything looks good for them. Some things have migrated already, but the final piece of it will begin on Friday night. We will have in some of our larger departments, they will actually have people physically there to help them should there be any issues. I will note for the board, and this is very important for you and your district directors, that come Saturday morning, one of the things that you'll want to do is go into your Outlook on your county phone and reinitialize it or put your password in again. That will automatically take you to the new version.
That's Saturday morning.
Saturday morning, the morning of the 18th when you get up, and that will migrate your email on your phone. The phone is the only thing you need to do that on.
How about iPads?
I would guess iPads
I
also
would
if you
guess
have it
so,
on.
too.
Yeah, we'll
So-
confirm that though.
Okay, so Saturday morning, we just put in our password.
Just re-password it, and that should conquer everything. And again, the IT help desk will be open if you have any questions or problems. So it's a big deal. I want to say thank you to everybody who's worked on this. Really proud of all the work that they've done. Just a quick, with Andy's permission, just a few other quick things. Want to acknowledge departments throughout the county who do specific holiday giving. As you may have seen, adult probation and other departments pick specific groups and different kinds of holiday giving projects to do, and they're all over the county, and it just shows the great big hearts of county employees. So a big thank you to everybody there. And also just that our United Way campaign continues, and we're very excited for all the things that it's going very well. And I want to thank our co-chairs, Corey Ringenberg and the wonderful Whitney Huxix. Thanks. So thank you very much. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions? If not, we will get to the planning calendar. A lot of things happening this week, November 9th, which is this coming Thursday. We have the Economic Summit as well as the Tribal Economic Summit. That's an all-day event. However, I believe it's broken up into two events where we have the economic update in the morning and then the tribal economic summit in the afternoon. I know that some of our board members have conflicts. We do apologize for that. There's just a lot happening between now and the end of the calendar year. As you know, this is the season where we're trying to get as much done as we can as we approach the holiday season in the calendar year. Also on November 9th in the afternoon, we have an employee recognition event honoring those that have served 5, 10, 15, 20, sometimes 30 years in our organization. And then on November 10th, we are honoring Veterans Day on Friday, so our offices will be closed. November 11th and 12th, we have the Stuff the Bus event at the Safeway, I believe, at the University Plaza Safeway. That is put on by the Flagstaff Family Food Center. We, Coconino County and the City of Flagstaff, as well as Mountain Lion, support that event. We've reached out to City of Flagstaff staff asking if they wanted to do a competition. This year, we're going to do a friendly support. So there's enough competition in the world right now, and we're going to do a friendly support of that event. So we're looking for volunteers on Saturday. Mountain Lion will be there with the bus on Saturday, the 11th.
Supervisor Horstman.
Just want to make sure that Lindsay has this possibility of a quorum on that. Is that right?
For the Stuff the Bus,
Yeah.
yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. November 14th, which is next Tuesday, we'll have an executive session on the flood control district, as well as several consent and action items. And then we will also have at 6:30 the presentation of the military installation grant, as well as the comprehensive plan update. The military installation grant, also known as JLUIS, Joint Land Use Study, is in keeping with our dark sky ordinances. So Jay Christelman, our community development director, will be presenting on that. And then November 16th, Heather Mosier reminded us that we have the Chief Justice and Vice Chief Justice visit and oral arguments here at Coconino High School beginning at 9:30 a.m. So that's a great opportunity for us in Coconino County and all of us to host the Chief Justice.
If I may, Chair. And maybe it's just me. I don't have the updated.
Oh, you don't have the updated calendar?
No,
Okay.
I definitely don't.
Supervisor Horstman will get one for you as soon as possible.
I would give you mine, but I'm using it right now to, yeah. Okay. Okay. Supervisor Begay, you had a question? Okay.
Thank you.
Gregory. You don't mind? I'll
Yeah,
I'll
please
keep going.
continue.
It's on the screen. Thank you. Also on November 16th, a big part of our organizational culture is our Supervisors Development Academy. We have graduation on that day. A quorum posting has been posted for that. And then United Way luncheon for county employees. It's my understanding that the campaign has gone really well and it's going really well. And so thank you all for your support of United Way. And United Way would like to host a luncheon for us on November 20th. Moving into November 21st, which is a Tuesday, not November 20th is a Monday on Tuesday, and that's over the lunch hour. On November 21st, the item is canvass the election. Esler Musta is here if you have any questions on that. As you know that today is November 7th, the day of voting, and we, as results come in, we will be updating on those results, I believe around 8:01 p.m. this evening.
Supervisor Horstman.
And maybe you're going to get to this, but as I understand it, and this is important for the board, we're also going to do a board discussion for candidates and a paper review for the District 3 candidates. Is that correct?
That is correct. You're one step ahead of me, Supervisor Horstman. November 21st at 1:15, and a very important discussion with our Board of Supervisors on the District 3 vacancy process to discuss the applications. Now, that is in preparation for the interviews that will take place on Wednesday, November 29th.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, the reason I'm bringing that up is that if we're going to be doing paper reviews and looking through them, we all need to be here in person.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, if we are all here in person, that helps with the process tremendously. So thank you. November 21st, 10 a.m. board meeting, 1:15 for that vacancy discussion.
Just,
Yeah, Supervisor Ryan.
I'm sure you pointed it out when this was presented earlier to you, but just to note, part of the process is that the filling the vacancy takes place by the board after I am out of office, the appointment itself. Because of that, that is the decision of the board without me. So I will not be in those discussions there. Although you better pick somebody very special because they're my representative. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. So November 29th, that's a Wednesday. Please block the entire day for those candidate interviews. Also to note, November 21st, that Tuesday, the offices will be closed on Thursday and Friday of that week as well. Then we get into December 2nd. We have the Winter Wonderland and the tree lighting. That's posted for a quorum downtown Flagstaff. NAU holiday reception, December 4th. December 5th is a regular session for that meeting. Currently on that meeting, IT security, we will be given an update on the short-term rental ordinance as well. I know that's been something the board has been tracking. So Jay Christelman will be here to give an update on that, just where we are in terms of the number of short-term rentals we have in the community, how many applications we've had. We're also working with a private company to help us out with that process as well, and working on a contractual relationship there. With that one, Airbnb and vacation rental by owner, VRBO, they have been cooperative. The discussion of the transaction privilege tax collection, those particular entities are very schooled in how those are charged. Those that do the vacation rental by owner just as an individual, that's a bit more difficult of a process. So we'll be talking about that a little bit as well. We'll also be talking about, you've heard a lot about the report of the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission. Lucinda Andriani, our Flood Control District Director, as well as our Deputy Manager, is on that commission. So she will be given an update on that day, December 5th. And we're very much looking forward to hearing that. You've probably seen some press in the newspaper, et cetera, about that report. December 10th, holidays at Heritage Square. So we have that as a quorum posting as well. And then a board retreat on Monday, December 11th from 8 to 1. That is a time that we were able to find for everyone that worked. So we're looking forward to that. And December 12th, our elected official and our leadership team holiday gathering. That's on a Tuesday from 7:30 to 10:30 a.m. I can keep going. We're working through to the end of the calendar year. Hats off to Lindsay Daly and the crew at the clerk of the board's office to really, we understand best laid plans and we're always flexible in the outline of these plans, but she's really laid out a good process from now through the end of the year for items that we'll be hearing. Also on December 19th, we're going to be talking about a presentation on the expenditure limitation, as well as potential funding and bond initiatives. So you'll be hearing from Steve Peru, our county manager, Siri Mullaney, our chief fiscal officer, as well as Lucinda Andriani, our flood control district administrator. So we're looking forward to that conversation as we near the end of the year. And then our first meeting back is January 9th of 2023, actually 2024, January 9th. And we anticipate that being the first meeting with our newly appointed board member. And Supervisor Ryan will be filling his term through that time until the newly appointed board member is seated.
Supervisor Horstman.
And I'm assuming you're making arrangements now to have a Superior Court judge to swear that individual in?
We'll be making all of the appropriate arrangements with that ceremony and honoring that process with that.
You. Another question.
But we've learned from our past processes. Yeah.
Yes, we would prefer it not being in the driveway at 8 o'clock at night.
We love Lindsay. Come on now. That's her job.
So on the
All right.
United Way event, Jen Hammond wanted me to note that her and Corey and Whitney are going to be flipping burgers. It's for all county employees who've donated to the United Way campaign. And so my question back to Jen is, are you sure we want to come if you're the one flipping burgers? So anyway, Jen, thank you for that. Thanks for all of your efforts.
Thank you, Jen.
Okay, I think that gets us through the calendar year. And like I said, this calendar really lays it out well. If not, it's pretty easy to get overwhelmed with all of our activities.
Just for the folks that are virtual, you haven't scrolled your screen, so it's still on November.
Oh.
If you could just scroll through real quick, slowly but surely, so that way folks online can.
I adapted.
I also wanted to note on December 19th, and Supervisor Ryan, I think you'll be happy to hear this, is our public hearing for the dark sky ordinance.
Yes, I was looking at that, Andy. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Horseman.
And I'm hopeful that sometime before December 31st, at one of our meetings, we will have the proclamation to welcome our county into the new year.
Yes, we talked about that yesterday at our government relations and communications meeting, so we will be doing that as well.
Great, thank you.
Also on here on December 5th, I passed this accidentally. We're going to be, our Parks and Rec group, a presentation and discussion regarding the Frontieri property. You may know that property as it lies right next to or adjacent to the Rogers Lake property. It's we, the county, have owned that property for quite some time. We've tried several opportunities for public-private partnerships, et cetera. And so want to talk about the future planning for that property.
Oh, District 3, I bet.
It is District 3.
District 3.
That's right. We have open space and liquor licenses.
So we'll kick that one back a little bit.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Is there anything else on the planning calendar?
I think for now we'll leave it where we have it, and we'll continue to monitor and be flexible as we get through the rest of the year.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Next is number 31, discussion update for county manager regarding possible community, regional, or administrative matters.
I believe Chair Vasquez, we have covered that well through the planning calendar, so nothing to add. And I then would recommend moving to a roundtable for us to hear from the board.
Great. Before we let you off the hook, Supervisor Horseman has a question.
You think you're going to go away so quickly, don't you?
I'm trying. Yes.
The other is this. I know we have our board retreat coming up, and I know we're looking forward to that. And hopefully we'll get a draft agenda that can go out from the county manager's office to each of the board members so that we can, kind of add to it or make recommendations moving forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. And I know Steve does have a draft. I know he worked on it last weekend. And so we will be sending that to you in the near future.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And with that, now we can go into roundtable. I heard this is supposed to be roundtable light, but we will start off with District 1. Supervisor Horseman.
You love this, don't you? You love that I did this to you.
Hey, I was first for 18 months. Now it's your turn.
Yes, well, thank you. Well, first now, and I will try to make this brief. I know we did it last a week as well. Number one is, how about those Diamondbacks, huh? So they really exceeded expectations. The other is that we, I took part in, I'm losing my voice now after bothering him. roundtable discussion with a number of members of our community on rural groundwater management and the importance of that. But there must have been close to 100 people in attendance. And so I look forward to that continued discussion. Also, I was able to do a flood mitigation tour. I hadn't done that since really the waters were flowing in so many of our neighborhoods. And it's really impressive. If board members haven't had an opportunity to go out to see the extensive flood mitigation work that's being done by Coconino County and the city of Flagstaff, both on the east and the west side, I would highly recommend it. It's just amazing what the county in partnership with so many others have been able to accomplish. So that was incredibly instructive. Also took part in the USDA Forest Service Climate Resilient Communities call that took place last week, and which really is their climate resilient neighborhood instructions from the President of the United States to all of our counties, and that was very interesting. Also was able to take part in the Day of the Dead celebrations and at a wonderful coffee house in East Flagstaff that we all know and love, Mayan Winds, and was really wonderful to be part of that community celebration. And then last but not least, mountain sports here in downtown Flagstaff. They have been downtown outdoor recreation retail company here in Flagstaff for 50 years. It was wonderful to celebrate a successful retail family-owned business that is now in the hands of their daughter, Lisa Lamberson. And it was fun to be there and see so many local Flagstaff folks celebrating this wonderful business. And last then is an item that I would like for future discussions, and that is that many of us in our districts, District 3 and District 4, and certainly District 1, have really been experiencing an increase in glamping, both illegal glamping as well as attempts to follow our CUP ordinance, our CUP requirements for glamping. And I am going to ask that this next year that we take a look with community development on coming up with the glamping ordinance so that we have very clear standards. My concern is that there are so many illegal glamping going on out there. And part of it, they say, is that it takes so long to be able to get through the community development process. And there seems to be some inconsistencies with regards to that process. And I think we need to do what we can, especially since we're seeing this increase, to make it as easy, as straightforward, and as equitable as we can. We do want to encourage people to comply with county laws and requirements. And then we have a responsibility to make sure that people can get through those county laws and requirements. So that is my report. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Next up, District 3, Supervisor Ryan.
Well, I'm sure you missed me, and as you guys know, I'm transitioning out. I was thinking of starting a glamping piece out there, so I'm just baiting.
That figures as long as it stays in 3 and not crossing over to 1.
Yeah, we'll see where I wander. Anyway, first and foremost, I've been going getting my hip back together. Recovery is going really well, but it's slow. And I thank you guys for your support, filling in, etc. along the way. Jen's kept me up to speed on pertinent issues as it relates to what's going on, and every once in a while I'll hop in. But she's pretty much she's done a great job. Hear great reports back. We do have our eyes on you. CSA went really well. You guys did a wonderful job for those guys, which is really neat. In terms of, you all know I'm moving out here towards the end of the year. My focus, I will be here, but I'm transitioning out of committees. I have 2 more CSAs as LPC member to do. Econa is coming to the conclusion. I believe Steve's attending their retreat that'll be happening this week, same day as the economic conferences. And so busy day on economics that are going on. Already stepped out of the transportation stuff, which each of you have taken a good part of, but Geronimo in particular has lots of good reports that you're doing well there, Geronimo. And so really appreciate it. In terms of, I will be in Veterans Day this weekend down in Sedona. Each of the communities have their own Veterans Day as well. And so I usually, others focus on Flagstaff. I'm usually down in Sedona for this particular event. Parks, Public Works will be going out to parks to talk about their maintenance program in this next week that's coming up. So that's one, just heads up to the communities. And let me see. I think, we're keeping it slim. There are other things that are going on. I can always catch up with you, but look forward to coming back and being there in person as well. Thank you all. I really do appreciate everything and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. We appreciate it and glad the healing is going well. And the transition as you're moving towards your next step. His new glamping management project. Next up, District 4, Vice Chair Begay.
Okay, I'm still continuing some of the community meetings, library board meetings, and other meetings, chapter meetings, planning, and also regular meetings at the chapter level. And then also the vice chair and chair meetings every other week, and then fire district meeting on behalf of the District 4, and the Mountain Line Board meeting. Basically, it was fun this last time. Geronimo and I went to that meeting, and it was nice because we were put into little groups, and these little groups determined where the best need of the new bus routes could be, and which is going to be better, faster, and easy to get in and out, and things like that. So it was really nice, and I really enjoyed that the last Mountain Lion board meeting that we had. So I think the work group sessions were really, really great, and I enjoyed that. So, and I know that there's several other things that they were working on. And what was reported to us was an evaluation of the current federal state legislative priorities along with local policies is underway by the staff. And the past efforts have focused on funding transit policies and codes to support public transit. So that's one area. Then their staff are also updating the 12 to 18-month work plan that has been adopted to support the 2020-2025 strategic plan. So in October, they're going to be getting the feedback from the staff and then incorporating that and basically from the board and the Transit Advisory Committee, which is the TAC, to ensure that the final update work plan captures all the policies and actions needed by the board for transit programming. The last one that they reported on was that the staff engaged the board and TAC in a review of Mountain Lion's bus stop program and conduct an activity that illustrated that many challenges of the upgrading bus stops to meet today's ridership and travel demands. The factors evaluated included location, access to right-of-way, easement, private property, boundaries, and how much it's going to cost, and the proximity to trip generators and population served at the route. So this was, I feel that, being on this board, they're really together, and they're really moving these projects around. They're jumping on policies and, plans, and I feel really good about attending the meetings that they have. So everybody's right in there with the whole, planning, even giving up information and advice and giving their inputs to them. So, but that's one. And then we all know that Melissa Shaw is still in District 4, doing her Envision Engagement 2024 planning thing. So she's still out there in the area, and I kind of recluse myself because of one of the meetings that I had went to, I had reported, that the people did not feel comfortable with an elected official being there because we wanted to make sure that, for instance, the lady says, I don't know how to say this, and they kept looking at me, and so I kind of felt, I said, I'm not going to any more of those, but at least I went to one to see how it was conducted, so that's good. So went to a joint a city at the city with Andy Bertelson. We went to that meeting and at the city flag, and what was happening, they were viewing the maps that were provided on the plans for the Salt Creek West Flood area. And the people in the community were looking at all those maps. They had some questions, they weren't answered. So it was a real nice get together, and there were people there, and it was really nice to see that, we were really detailed, looking at it, all the details of the map that was being shown to them. And so, and information that was provided to them, that they felt comfortable with that. So that happened also. Again, the reentry, Mother Buffalo, with the reentry plans that are being put together. Mother Buffalo coordinated the reentry and release community collaborative proposed operating agreement, and they're developing that right now. And they're now in review, and the comments and the statuses during the next meeting, they will be continuing to develop and hopefully finalize the operational agreement between various groups that they're working with. So, and they are diligently working together to get this task done too. And so, again, this past weekend went to that Page Balloon Regatta. We were in sponsorship with Lena Toos, and so it was we also had a booth out there, outreach booth, and I want to thank Brian Harris. He's always up in the going, and really adamant and making sure that where he's getting all the information out that needs to be given out, to regarding Coconino County. We really greatly appreciate him, and so we helped man the booth in Page, other than at the when I got into the balloon. So it was a very it was an experience that I had because I'm always afraid of heights, and when I went up, that wasn't even an issue. So I recommend that to people that are afraid of heights. So, but anyway, that is something that I that is here, the mountain lion music. Okay, that's about it. Others that I know. Yeah, that's about it.
Great. Thank you for that report, Vice Chair Piquet. Supervisor Fowler.
Just so much happening and taking place. But just a lot of activities that we have are upcoming in December. We are preparing to have the Western Navajo Agency Council, our Sheriff's Department and departments throughout the county manager. We all post that. That's coming up. So if we can maybe just remember to put that on our calendar, that'll be on December 16th. That's when it will be. We have, I thought the CSA went really well. That was, so anyway, that was really a good session that we had. We had the Western Navajo Fair. And just the county, we've been participating in all these events. My office and the New Mexico Broadband Alliance, we host the Broadband Summit in Farmington, and it was really well received. And we continue to advocate to have broadband across Navajo Nation, and been working with our own IT department and trying to see how we might be able to move this forward across the county. And it's really important that we have this out there. We also have toured the Naval Observatory. Most of the staff went there and were able to welcome the Naval Captain Michael Lee. and have a conversation about REPI, which Supervisor Ryan has been working on, and it's really important part of our work here at the county when we talk about the national security and really aligning even the GPS and the world clock. It really comes from here. And so for that reason, our work is just so very important. Just wanted to just thank everyone that is involved and Supervisor Ryan to really bring this to the board and really getting the board's understanding and support. And then our departments, you know, they've all been very involved in it as well. We all participated in NAU parade and then also with the football NAU football game. So we continue to just move forward with. Then we had our court, the court that is in Tuba City with the Flagstaff Justice Court. We have drug court that's coming up in Page as well. So those are some of the events that are happening. We're organizing our regional meetings in my district as well. So I just want to thank everyone for their support and just moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And next up, I'll do my report. One of the things I had the pleasure of doing just last week was, or 2 weeks ago now, wow, time's flown fast, was the Mountain Lion Advance. We sat down, as Vice Chair Begay mentioned, we sat down and reviewed the 12 to 18-month work plan. Had the opportunity to look at bus stops and which areas would be best improved. And as Vice Chair and our chair was out of town, I had the pleasure of running that meeting. So it was another nice long afternoon meeting. Same with our Metro plan. We had our executive board meeting just last week, and we discussed in particular state transportation, HERF funds, some of the formulas. Really had a report back after the RTAC summit down in Yuma a couple weeks ago, which I attended with the Metro plan staff, and as the RTAC representative assigned by Metro Plan, I presented at the summit about the Lone Tree Overpass and also Highway 89 drainage improvements. This presentation was done in front of several legislators that are involved in transportation issues. We're trying to highlight all the different rural transportation issues, so all the different 11 COGs and MPOs or transportation authority groups in the rural areas had these presentations, and so it was a good opportunity to discuss rural transportation issues to our state legislators. I'm also part of the NACO Immigration Reform Task Force, and as part of our quarterly meeting, we reviewed and present a presentation about skilled immigration integration program, which is basically a program that provides high skill labor in certain targeted areas or certain, sectors, employment sectors, to bring in high skilled workers with visas. So this would be like, for example, nurses or other high skilled laborers. Then as part of the Colorado Plateau Water Advisory Board, we discussed the strategic plan for moving forward about water issues on the Colorado Plateau, and then heard a presentation about Waiule, which is a plant that could be used to make tires. Apparently the rubber from it produces a type of rubber. And so we got to learn a little bit about that research. Still in the beginning stages, but they are looking at it. There are companies in Arizona that are looking at creating farms of this product as a way to bring industry to Arizona and use these to make tires here in Arizona. Then had the opportunity to be part of the homecoming parade. So that was always a lot of fun. Want to thank the Route 66 Car Club for hosting us, and those of us that had the opportunity to be in the parade, myself, Supervisor Horstman, and Supervisor Fowler. So I want to thank the Route 66 Car Club for hosting us in the parade. I also met with the director of Bruce Sobanak of the Workforce Development Board, just to get a better understanding of kind of the new board as it's moving forward. What are their expectations and what are their goals moving forward, and how we can work together. I've been continuing my meetings with different elected officials as chair, and met with Superintendent of Schools Cheryl Mango Paget. We just talked about some of the issues going on statewide in education, and some of the ways that we as the Board of Supervisors and as well as a county can be supportive of education in rural Arizona, and in some of our areas that are in our county. And so that was a good meeting. I also had the opportunity to get a surprise meeting with Kevin Adams from the RTAC. He came into town on some other business, and we had the opportunity to discuss and got a lot of insight into the State Transportation Board process. And so it was very timely because he was in town about the same time we were starting to have these conversations. Then met with was the alternate and jumped in for Supervisor Ryan. We couldn't participate in the Forest Service meeting, so I sat in with Supervisor Horseman and got a chance to listen to the updates regarding Coconino and Kaibab National Forests, and just started to learn more about that relationship and start being part of those conversations. We are looking to add a social media intern for District 2. That post has been open for a little while, and we think we have a candidate that's going to work. So really excited about that, because it will mean that my district newsletter, one, will be happening more frequently, and two, we're looking to get it translated into Spanish. And so we're really excited about being able to provide our newsletter in Spanish. And then just upcoming activities, have meetings with Arizona legislators on November 9th, be meeting with Representative Timothy Dunn, Senator John Kavanaugh, and Fletcher Monsingo, which is his majority policy advisory staff, Representative David Livingston, Representative David Marshall, Representative David Cook, and Senator Ken Bennett. So as you can see, my day is going to be pretty full that day down there. I am really sad that I'm going to miss the economic summit and the tribal summit, because those are very important issues. But right now, as my role as chair, I was needed to be down at the state capitol. So that's where I'll be. And then November 11th and 12th, we have the Family Food Center, Stuff the Bus, and look forward to being there with my colleagues and supporting raising food and for Thanksgiving donations. So that's exciting to be part of. And then on November 16th and 17th, I'm looking to go to Newport Beach, California, for a NALEO, which stands for the National Association of Latino Elected Officials Health Policy Institute, which will have a focus on county issues and health departments. And so I'm looking forward to being able to participate in that, and then also bring back best practices to our folks. And then as a chair report, I just wanted to just share that we've been actively involved with the District 3 process, trying to make sure that we're on a good timeline, working with the vice chair and with the manager on the board retreat and a potential agenda. So that should be coming forth soon. Having discussions with our different teams in elections, make sure that we're all on the same page and we're all getting the support we need so we can have a smooth, fair, and safe election. Also looking at we've been talking a lot about this, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so in that process of looking at diversity in our county, I've been looking at what was developed before my time in 2019, the organizational renewal, and just been reflecting and seeing, how those 4 pillars of this renewal of honoring our staff, collaborative thinking, intentional transformational leadership, and nurturing a transformational organization, just really where we were at 4 years ago when that was developed, and we're looking at where we're at now and how we can implement that or help have that part of the longer term strategic planning process, which we look to be participating in during the board retreat, as well as looking at our county manager and doing a reflection and evaluation of progress to date, and then talk about our manager as he moves forward, what he would like to do moving forward. And so that's about all I've been working on behind the scenes. So I appreciate everybody's work, and you know, we're moving forward. We're making progress. We're kind of at a unique time because we're transitioning out of having a longtime supervisor who's been there for 27 years. I mean, I was in my 20s when he first got elected. Yeah. But it's really good stuff, and we really appreciate everything you've brought to the table, Supervisor Ryan, and look forward to continuing your legacy, especially in particular in transportation. Everywhere I go and discuss with folks about transportation issues, everybody knows Supervisor Ryan, and he was behind a lot of scenes of helping get us support for rural transportation in northern Arizona. And so again, as we're moving forward, we're looking at this process to fulfill the District 3 position. Please, community, if you're interested in applying, now is the time. We purposely left the window open an extra week to give the community enough time to apply should they wish. But as far as I know right now, we have, how many applicants do we have?
You will get your report tomorrow, but I just received a text from our communications director, Melissa Randazzo, and she reports we today received 2 applications.
Okay, so we have 2 applications now. Great. So we did leave it open for another week. So if you're interested in applying, please do so. Please look at the website and go through that process. And we look forward to seeing your application.
Chair, if you don't mind, I just wanted to
Sure.
add, you will receive updates on everything that we receive, including hits to the site and applications. You'll receive it on a rolling basis. So you'll get the names and the date that they applied on your report that you'll receive tomorrow. And then they'll stay there. And then if any other applications come in, the date that they applied, and they'll stay on the report for you as well. So you have complete information in each report.
Great, thank you. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to this process moving forward, so we can select appoint a new supervisor. But at the same time, it feels like it's dragging on really slow at the same time. So,
Yeah.
with that said, are there any other comments from supervisors?
The criteria is practically perfect. Is that the criteria you guys are looking?
Can't hear you, Supervisor Ryan. Could you say it a little louder, please?
Practically perfect, right? In every other way. There you go. All right. Now we have a very, very, very nice report around.
Thank you. Are there any comments from staff or anybody else in the room, either in person or virtually? All right. In that case, I think we have gone through everything for this meeting, and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye, everybody.